cleaned my soul and I cried. I took a cup, fill it up with you, with all the joy and the sorrow and the fear. Oh, I let myself cry. Oh, I let myself.
You mean to tell me I just pulled a 13-hour shift and I ain't got no food to come home to? Huh?
Why you didn't get something on your way home? Why you always recording for your raggedy cousins?
Look, I just pulled a 13-hour shift. You being my wife, I pay all the bills in here.
All the dishes clean, your clothes clean. Why? What?
You don't fix me no lunch for my job. You eating? You work from home.
Okay,
I can't come home to a full course
this
meal.
is leftover that I had from last night.
But I'm saying I can't come home to a full course meal. What we married for?
Me a man who is such a safe bet and so secure, submission is a natural consequence. Now, if you refuse to do that because you don't see, like, it just goes against everything, the narrative you've been taught, you're depriving yourself of a really beautiful relationship. I'm not saying submit to every man, but a good man who cares about your well-being, you'd be a fool not to submit to him. You'd be a fool to argue with him. You'd be missing out on a great connection simply because you want to maintain your independence, but independence is overrated.
Define cheating in the academic world.
This is just going to sound plain crazy, but a lot of sexual activity that other people would describe as cheating for us would kind of be part of courtship because there's no pretense of it even being potentially reproductive. I think that most people would consider it cheating if their partner kissed someone else, but from our perspective, that would be kind of a form of courtship. Because it's just a non-reproductive activity. There are many valid ways to define cheating in an academic context, and that's probably for the best because there's many valid ways to define cheating in a personal context as well. If you're in an open relationship, it wouldn't necessarily be cheating to sleep with someone else.
Right.
So
yeah, like it's very
confusing. And if you're in a, let's say, a highly sexually conservative relationship, then you could view things like consuming visual pornography as cheating.
That's interesting.
Yeah, there's a whole spectrum. I mean, there are some people who would say that porn is cheating, and I think that that's a relatively reasonable position, right? There's a whole spectrum of reasonable ideas that could work for some relationships, but not others.
Consumption lead to cheating?
I have stumbled upon some research that indicates that pornography usage predicts infidelity, but there's a few things to say about it. Some people have tried to interpret this causally. They've tried to make a case that it destabilizes the relationship or has a negative effect, and I think that's relatively reasonable. The idea that dosing yourself with images of people other than your partner having sex on a regular basis, that prescription might not be the best thing for your brain if your goal is to be faithful. But I can also see a case for it being a completely non-causal relationship. It could be just reflecting basic extra-pair interest. Like the sort of person who is really enthusiastic about pornography might also be the sort of person who's more inclined and enthusiastic about infidelity. And I think some people will be resistant to this, and I'm sure that there's a skeptical view in the literature as well. But for me, the idea that and infidelity would have some relationship is very intuitive because it's very hard for me to imagine a person who would be enthusiastic about cheating on their partner but wouldn't use pornography. And one thing to keep in mind is that even if it is a predictor, so many people use pornography that it's not necessarily a useful predictor. Pornography usage happens at such a high rate within relationships that the piece of information that your partner uses porn probably isn't helpful information. discrimination. Although I would say that the converse, right? Like, let's say you're a woman and you're dating a man who's part of the minority of men who don't consume pornography while in relationships. That's probably a green flag. But the counter is so common that it's kind of hard to place it as a true, red flag, because then you're excluding so much of the dating pool. And also you're excluding a large portion of people who use pornography and don't cheat.
Wait a minute. Can you not hear me? Please tell me. Can you not hear? Somebody tell me you can hear me, please. Where'd it go? 1, 2. I have signal. I hate it when you fuckers do this. Can you not hear me? You can now. Great. Thanks a lot, brother man.
How the hell do you expect me to be submissive to you and you don't even have any money? What am I submitting to? Poverty? Nah, I don't think so. Ew.
All right. So can you guys hear me now? Are we good? You get me? You get me, sir? Okay. So the next video is actually sort of the buildup for most of the stuff I'm going to talk about today. So pay particular attention to this.
Wanting a guy to pay all your bills, what do you feel like you are bringing into the relationship if he's doing all of that? Because that's a lot of bills.
My pretty self. That's what I bring.
I know that's
and
right.
I'm pretty smart. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hustler, so I get money. I feel like most men that I've dealt with, I brought a lot of value into the life.
Can you stop here?
Yeah. How's it going? Sir, I dropped your wife off like 20 minutes ago. I thought you got out of the car.
Come on, 20 minutes ago? Where are we, buddy?
We're in Fairfax, man. I've been driving for 20 minutes. She didn't call you?
No.
Look, man, I can't really go back there right now. I'm done driving for the day.
I don't want to go back. It's her sister's birthday. I hate her, and she hates me too. Is there a casino around here?
Yeah, there's a couple casinos.
Can you take me there? I will give you $500. Wait for me there, and if my wife calls, answer and tell her that we got in an accident, and I'm gonna stay in emergency room for night, maybe not more.
I have to see my wife, man. I can't go to the casino.
Call your wife and tell her that you will be home tomorrow morning with $500 and maybe more.
Look, man, I really don't think this is a good idea.
Are you crazy, man? This is the best idea. It is my luckiest day today. If you will not take me to casinos, I will hate you too.
My wife says yes. We're good. All right, looks like we're going to the fucking casino.
Let's go.
Oh man, I love that shit. Did you guys not hear the intro? Did you not hear this?
Man, I don't get no hoes, man.
You guys didn't hear that? I need to know because you guys keep fucking with me. You heard that? Okay, thank you. Jesus Christ, man. All right. I wanted to I'm gonna play one of these clips over again just because it's kind of like that. So you did not hear it. Did not. What the fuck, man? Hold on. I'm thinking it might be my input here. You guys can hear this though. You can hear me right now, correct? Can you hear me now? Yes. Can you hear this?
Like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't.
Got it? Good. Well, asshat. Yes, you do. Thank you. All right. Stop being so gullible. Yeah, well, I'm more concerned with your goddamn production value. How's that? I'm a professional. Be more professional. Everyone needs to be more professional. Thank you. Okay, you guys heard it. All right, good. Welcome. As you can see, I am in the home studio today. Kyle and Miguel are in California for the 4th of July holiday. I'm not going to tell you what Miguel is there for because I kind of want him to explain to everybody, but it's a good thing. So can't be here now, and of course Kyle is of course Miguel's brother, so they're doing family things and they come from a very large Hispanic family, so obviously they're having a good time, probably eating right now, which I am not. I never eat before I do a show. I don't want to be I hate getting GERD. You know what GERD is? Yeah. Well, how's about this asshat? There's the attention you want. Speaking of attention, I'm gonna have Torsha's gonna come on the show probably about after the first hour. I told her, said, you can come on, but you have to let me get cooking here first, because this is a topic that's near and dear to her heart. I'm gonna have my magician's assistant come in for the show today. And I haven't had Tori on in a long time. So in fact, we have not had a show together, like just solo, since like, gosh, almost a year from now. It's like, I think we were on the Savos show back then. She's been on Access Vegas a couple times since then, but that's it. Yeah, she's coming. Relax. She's different now. She really is. I mean, I don't like people. They go, what happened to Tori? She's still good. Don't worry. Yeah. Why, thank you. Yes, that Rolo looks so hot. There's your clip. There's the clip for you. Just a couple of announcements before we get rolling here. I am going to be on Access Vegas on Thursday. I know I said we weren't going to do it, but we are actually. It's going to be myself and Tristan from Men of Action, MOA. He was on the show last Sunday. And I wasn't going to do a show on the 11th, but I kind of need to, because I have a very special guest coming in this week. His name is Mr. Robert Kiyosaki. He's going to be in Las Vegas for I think it's called the Freedom Fest. Okay. No disrespect intended in this, but like, to me, Freedom Fest kind of sounds like the boomer version of like Turning Point USA. I don't know. That's the conservative stuff, whatever it is. So I don't even know it was going to be here, but anyways, he's going to be in Las Vegas. He hit me up about a week and a half ago, and worked it out. So either I'm going to get him on Access Vegas on Thursday if he is willing to do so. I don't know if that's on brand for him. But if he declines, he will definitely be on Friday. We're going to do a special edition. It'll be shown on this show. I'm going to go live from this show. We'll probably be at Sticky Paws here in Las Vegas, if not Red One. We'll see how it works. I don't know which studio we're going to go to yet, but it'll be myself and Mike Sartain. We're going to catch up with Robert Kiyosaki. And if you have seen our interviews, like myself and Mike, or myself and Justin Waller, for that matter, with Robert Kiyosaki, we kind of bring stuff out in Robert that I don't think even Neil Cavuto can bring out. Neil Cavuto, I've seen Robert get pretty agitated sometimes, especially if he thinks you're not listening to him. I'm all ears with Robert, right? But we talk about other things. So we don't talk. I mean, talk about success, I guess, but he really loves to talk red pill. And this is I think whenever he comes to Vegas, maybe once or twice a year. He only came in once. We did the interview in his private jet last year, and then we had then we filled it out later on at Sticky Paws. But you never know what Robert's gonna go off on, so it's always entertaining. It's like a NASCAR wreck. And yeah, you guys are right. Hang on one second. Wait. I don't touch up my appearance. I want to go there. Much better. See, look, you can see my scruff. StreamYard defaults to that shit. I don't it's too smooth. People know what I look like. Come on. All right. So anyways, we got Robert Kiyosaki coming in this week. He'll be here Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Like I said, if I can get him on Access Vegas, I will. If that's impossible, which it might be, we will definitely be doing something Friday. It'll probably be early afternoon here, our time. So it might maybe about the same time. Right? So that's coming up. That's something to look forward to. It should be fun. We also have another show. I'm just going to give you the schedule right now, the rundown. The 18th will be Mike and myself on Access Vegas. And then on the 25th, I have a very special show lined up for you guys for Access Vegas, which will be Rumble exclusive, by the way, because I really don't want to see what I say about GERD. Rumble exclusive because I'm trying to keep my head down and my nose clean and dot my I's and cross my T's with YouTube, because I do not want to get demonetized, simply because I just don't. I think people get the wrong impression of this show. I think a lot of people, I've I've had, let's see, Evo Psych Gatekeepers, Chin Bun, assume that all I do is podcasts. And it's like, no, asshat, I'm authored 5 books, and one of which is probably older than you. But the I don't necessarily do YouTube as sort of a I do it as outreach more than anything. I think Mike probably does the same. Mike got the Mike Men of Action, Mike Sartain's podcast got demonetized about a month ago, 2 months ago, and don't ask me why. I don't think he doesn't do anything that's particularly egregious as far as I know. It might be because we have well, he repurposes a lot of his material, of course, and I think YouTube is really cracking down on what I've called the Andrew Tate algorithm scheme tactic, which is get other people to pretty much like repurpose your material and just like rebroadcast it, because it successfully games the algorithm, and by playing by their rules. So I don't think they particularly like that, and they probably like it a whole lot less in an election cycle. So, but I don't do politics, and I only have one Clips channel, so I don't really repurpose my own material all that much. I don't do shorts very often. I know you guys probably are wondering how come Rollo doesn't do shorts. I've done shorts, and it's not that I don't like them. I'll do reels, and I'll put TikTok stuff up there. I just like rebroadcast stuff from like, 1 minute TikTok or 1 minute reel or something like that. But I don't really use shorts too much on YouTube. It used to be a big deal. Like, you want to know how like Pearl got a name for herself? She just like hammered shorts when they first came out. Even before, when they were in the beta stages of shorts, that's what she was doing. I mean, and good for her as far as marketing's concerned. I still hate her guts, but like, I mean, she jumped on it when she should. But they never, I mean, they're really good for driving traffic. And I know they say you can monetize them now, but it's like, it's just, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of work for a waste, like for minimal payback. So, so yeah. Oh, you like to see my guitars in the background? Want me to show you what I got? I have when I moved to Vegas, and I've been here full time since March. I've been back to Reno once in that time, since from March 1st to what is today? Today's the 7th of July. I've been in Reno once, and I basically went there to move my stuff out of my old band, like Trial Ascension, my old band's rehearsal space. And then I had to like basically jump on the plane the same day and come back because I have so much going on right now. But I have 3 new guitars, and I have my acoustic that I brought back just simply because I needed it here. But I have a growing Vegas collection of guitars now. Oh, and since we're on the topic of guitars, as I was saying during the introduction today, I'll just go ahead and blurt it out. I got a new band. I'm in a new band. I knew it wasn't going to take too much longer, but this is kind of an interesting project. I think I've introduced you guys to Jake at some point. Jake is the drummer. I just got introduced to this guy, Ricky, who's the bass player right now. And we have a really fantastic singer, Connor. And it's starting to sound like a real thing. Like, we might actually be able to play out inside of a couple of weeks. And I mean, we've got like maybe 6 songs in the set right now. But one of those songs, of course, is the intro to this podcast. So you guys will finally get something on Spotify, so you can pick it up and play it in your car, or play it at the gym, or whatever it is. I'm glad you guys like it so much. Well, okay, here, I'll explain. Would you like me to explain? Nothing really. The thing is, we're all very good friends. It was just an amicable split. Everybody was doing something else. We're gearing up to go and record the next EP. And then I moved here. I didn't know how long I was going to be, how long I was going to be here. Was it going to be a semi-permanent thing? And it just got to the point where became like, logistically, it was very, very difficult. It had nothing to do with the music, had nothing to do with personalities. We still actually talk to each other quite often. In fact, CJ and I actually still collab. So, yeah, everybody was just basically, it was life got in the way. But I want to keep playing, so that's why I decided I was going to start another band. And by the way, I was on this very show, and I'll tell you the story here. I was on this very show, and I had mentioned something about how I was looking for a drummer. I'm like looking to play out again. I didn't know if I wanted to start a band or if I wanted to join a pre-existing band, which is kind of hard for me to do because I'm Rollo, and it's kind of hard to step into a pre-existing band with my following and who I am, like say professionally. It was something I always tried to keep separate with Trial of Ascension. There was Rolo, and then there was Trial of Ascension, and then gradually things kind of merged together. And I was really hesitant to. I wanted to put it this way: I wanted the band to stand on its own, as opposed to being, oh, that's Rolo's band. So, so that's what I'm doing right now. So I decided I'm just going to start my own band. I made the call. I think I was on this show and I said, hey, I'm looking for a drummer. And Jake, the guy who's now my drummer, was driving from Arizona to Las Vegas because he wanted a fresh start. He just got out of a divorce. He was driving along and the dude like literally pulled over his car and like texted me and said, I want to be your drummer. I'm like, fuck, hell yeah, let's go. And I met him like a couple days later. I think he was at in the green room at Access Vegas. He sent me some samples of what he did. And I'm like, let's see how it sounds. I got together with him a couple times, and one of the girls on Access Vegas, shout out to Lindsay, she put me in touch with Ricky, who's now the new bass player. And the last time we played together, it sounded like something. So it actually sounded like a band. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but more optimistic than cautious. I think it's going to be something good. So that's a long way of saying that song that is in the intro here will finally be made available to you guys, because I was never really able to make it work as well as I could with Trial of Ascension. What do you got? Rolo what?
Like, man, Rolo Tomasi don't get no hoes.
Must have been approved by his SR writer and CD. Thanks. Yeah, well, sooner or later you'll get it. Probably the same team that worked on Come and Go. Really? Thanks. It's Come and Go. I'm always wondering like what people like think of, like the stuff that we're playing right now kind of sounds like it's like a cross between like Alice in Chains, Godsmack, and like Drowning Pool. Like those are the bands that I could, because I'm always wondering, what is it going to sound like when I put together a new band? Because everybody's like playing something else, right? So well then, come on, baby, I'm ready. Okay, Lester Berman. Yeah. By the way, if you guys, I put out the call here. Where did it go? If you know where this movie clip was from, it was from American Beauty, and the guy who's sleeping right there is Kevin Spacey. That's actually one of my favorite movies of all time. I know, say what you want about Kevin Spacey, but he was freaking brilliant in that movie. And I'll tell you the other thing that's crazy about that movie, a lot of people don't know, is American Beauty was written by a dude who's like was homosexual. And like the story, like I don't know how the dude nailed it as well as he did, but like the dude nailed, like, for the time, I think late 90s, like early 2000s, nailed that, just that whole monologue between the sort of the spouse and spouses at the time. So don't worry, we're going to get to Jordan Peterson today too. I have an aside for Jordan today, just so you guys know. I don't have, we sound like Molly Hatchet. We do not sound like Molly Hatchet. What all you got to do is like put like a mid-range crunch on something, and now you're one of the Van Zant brothers. Okay, great. No, we do not sound like Molly Hatchet. I do like Molly Hatchet though. Yes, you are correct. Old school, but no, we're not. I'm not trying to. I hate when people say like, "What do you guys sound like?" And you never want to say, "Oh, we're just like Nirvana. We're just like Slayer." Never ask a musician like what they sound like, because they'll never give you a straight answer. They'll never say, "Oh yeah, if Alice in Chains and Slayer had a love child, that'd be us." I don't know. I kind of want it to be something that's got a little bit of Vegas appeal to it too, because we're all from Vegas, and so it's my Vegas band. So I don't know. There's only really two places you can play. Well, maybe three, but two places I can think of right now that you can play in Vegas, and one of them is called Vamped, and that probably will be the first place we play. Once I know the date when we're actually playing out, we'll probably open for somebody. I think we've only got like 6 songs. We probably like nail it to 7 or 8, but that's a set, so I think we could probably do that. Yeah, Satan's Lounge Band. That's what we should be called. That used to be Anthrax's like alternate name for Anthrax, Satan's Lounge Band. Yeah. So today's topic, I built it up off of this, and I'm going to back up a little bit here. Torsia will eventually come in at some point today, but I told her like to sort of hang back for at least an hour or so.
Wanting a guy to pay all your bills, what do you feel like you are bringing into the relationship if he's doing all of that? Because that's a lot of bills.
My pretty self. That's what I bring. I know.
Okay. She's not lying here. That's what she brings. That's what all of them bring.
And I'm pretty smart, you know what I'm saying? I'm a hustler, so I get money. I feel like most men.
A little bit of backstory on this girl here. She's a single mother, and she's a hustler.
Men that I've dealt with, I've brought a lot of value into their life.
Okay, so she doesn't know what she's saying. It's kind of like the wisdom of fools here. She doesn't know what she's saying, but like I saw this, and then pay attention.
Wanting a guy to pay all your bills.
Okay, so we got this one. Usually this is how Brian sets things up, right? He puts the hose on the right side of the screen, and all of the good girls who just got out of Bible study that night on the left-hand side of the screen. All right, they usually sit by him because I guess that's the safe side of the table. I don't know. But when I looked at this, I'm like, and I was looking at this, I'm like, okay, so you've got this sort of mousy brown-haired girl who looks like she didn't even bother to do anything about her appearance before she goes on this show. But maybe that's because she's trying to sort of like project this modest girl, wallflower, plain Jane image, right? Which she kind of is. And then it's always you're setting up the good girls versus the 304s. the HO3s or the HO. Sorry. But yeah, so I was looking at this, and then I realized something here is there was a hypothetical that was set up, and I'm going to read. I've got a good today's show was actually inspired by a tweet that's really taking off right now, which I'll show you. But so I was watching this, and I was like, if you had a guy, the hypothetical situation was if you had a guy who took care of all your bills. Very similar to the guy, the black guy that was, making the pizza and everything. That's why I threw that one in there, that clip in there. You have a guy that's taking care. He's working 3 jobs, whatever. He's taking care of all the bills. You don't need, and you want for nothing. Basically, you're a woman of leisure. And I think it's kind of the height of irony, like people on shows like whatever podcast has become. Is now sort of pontificating in this puritanical, just I don't know, self-righteous bullshit is basically what it is. And when I see one side go after the other side, I mean, I understand that's Brian's grift. Set up the good Christians versus it's Christians versus hoes, basically, is what it's come down to. And I haven't asked, but I'm wondering, is Andrew Wilson now a full-time member of? Is he on staff at whatever? Because he runs the show more than Brian does these days. It's like he's the host now, or Rachel, his wife, they're the hosts of whatever. It's like I have not seen a show that didn't have Andrew on more recently than not, and. When Andrew's on, I noticed that Brian has a tendency of running 8 and 9 hour podcasts. So I don't want to hear jack shit about me doing a 3-hour podcast. 4 hours. This guy must really like to hear his own voice. Dude, go look at fucking at whatever, man. He's starting to average between 7.5, 8.5 hours now, if not 9. Because I know the profit model is essentially farm super chats. I get it. That's the hustle. But if I was one of those chicks on there and I got to sit there for 8 hours, that's a full-time fucking job, man. So is it? Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I was going to say, and you know what? I mean, more power to him. Andrew's sort of in his line. He's in his prime right now. He's hitting his stride. I think we probably should talk about Fresh and Fit a little bit later. But before I get to that, I wanted to just bring out the model of how shows like this are sort of playing out. But the problem is I don't think that they see their own irony. I don't think that they understand that the fact is if you, in that hypothetical anyways, I know this is really cerebral, but in that hypothetical where you have a guy who essentially will be the guy that women as Sadia Khan was saying, if he's a good guy and he really loves you and he's really into you and he has this thing, why wouldn't you submit to him? Yada, yada, yada. Okay. But that's exactly the scenario that was set up on that one clip for whatever podcast. Okay. Well, why wouldn't you want to submit? Well, I want to make my own damn money. It's very, it's very selfish. It's very selfish. It's very self-important. And I thought about this and I go, if women's needs, their long-term security needs are met, they're already taken care of, what possible value could either one of those girls bring to the table? The mousy brown wallflower, plain Jane, she can't bring anything more to the table than the 304, single mom chick, the blonde, because really at that point, they're only bringing sex to the table. And it's sort of a reversal, or it's sort of like an analogy, a parallel to when we say, women, when it comes down to alpha fucks and beta bucks, right? When it comes to the long-term security needs, long-term emotional needs, parental investment, protection, and provisioning, versus I want to fuck Jason Momoa. The short-term sexual side of things. And we always say, why are we shocked when women say that they don't need men? Again, one more time, everybody drink. When I was making my case for how men were superfluous to Dr. Phil, this was exactly my line of reasoning, right? Because women literally don't need men anymore. They want men, but they don't need men, or at least that's the common, like, popularized perception, right? Yes, do they actually need men? Yes, they actually do. And as many podcasts will illustrate and go into great detail about, we understand that. But the perception is that women don't need men. So now we have the reversal, the gender reversal of that hypothetical, right? If you have a guy who can meet all of your long-term security needs, your provisioning, your protection, your parental investment, everything that you possibly need. He might even be into fucking you, right? The alpha fuck side might even be there too, right? What possible thing can you bring to the table? Even mousy brown girl, even blonde 304 girl. The only thing you bring to the table is sex. Seriously, that's all there is. Your only real agency is sex. The only thing he can't get in outside of being able to, if money's no object, right? The only thing he can't get, besides paying for sex, let's just say, but let's say he doesn't want to pay for sex, the only thing he can't get is your pussy. And I know I'm going like Patrice O'Neal on you. Okay, got it. But the thing is what is either one of them going to be? And I think this sort of reflects not so much on the blonde 304 as it does on the mousy brown girl, that everybody thinks that she's the one we should all get behind because she's got the piety behind her, and she's on the army of the Lord, and she's speaking truth, facts. Well, the facts are, even mousy brown girl can't bring jack shit to the table. Oh, she can bring loyalty. She can bring this. Okay, fine. Does that mean that the other girl couldn't bring loyalty too? Then what? See, the thing is like, you've got this girl right here. Let me bring her back in again.
What do you feel like you are bringing into the relationship?
Okay. What you're looking at here is intrasexual combat. This is an intrasexual contest right here. I'm better than you. Look at me. I'm dressed more modestly. My hair is kind of like stringy around my face, and I didn't do anything. I barely did my makeup, but it doesn't matter because I bring more to the table than you do. No, you don't. Not in that hypothetical, you don't. There it is.
So if he's doing all of that, because that's a lot of bills.
Pretty self.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
At least she's my pretty self. Yeah. My tits and my ass and my cooter. That's what I bring to the table. And if you don't understand that, I would honestly say that the plain Jane girl there at the top is in a worse position than the blonde.
Right. I know that's and right. I'm pretty smart. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hustler, so.
All right, give up on the accent, but you know what I mean.
I get money. I feel like most men that I've dealt with, I brought a lot of value into their life.
Okay, that's another thing. I want to also bring into this picture here is value. I'm gonna go full Ryan Stone on you here. Value is a container word. Period. You can fill that word with anything the fuck you want. Value. I would love to say, okay, what do you think is value? And maybe Andrew's probably like nailed these chicks on this before. I don't know. I don't watch 9-hour. I watch 4-hour podcasts. Clearly, I produce them, but I don't wait for 8-hour podcasts. I'll catch the highlights. But what do you bring to the table? What I am the table. Shut up. Right. Well, what's value? What's the value bring? I bring money. I love how like automatically we think it's like money is equals value, right? But that's not the case, because in that hypothetical, the guy already makes all the money. He's already paying for everything. So your money is valueless to this guy. Any money you can bring. So let's deal. What else do you got? What else do you have in a bag of tricks there, in your bag of holding? What else do you have in there? Nothing. There's only one. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's one thing. There's cooter, there's tits, and there's ass. That's basically what it is. And you better be enthusiastic about it, because that's what you're boiling it down to. And yes, I understand. Like, yeah, all hail Patrice O'Neal. Gotcha. But he wasn't wrong when he was saying, you know, like, if you didn't have if you didn't have a pussy, like, what would you do? Oh, I give him an ass. I give him a blowjob. Oh, okay. So you're basically a set of holes. Yeah, I have seen the stand-up comedy routine. Thank you. But there's more to it than just once the laughs die down, there's more to that message than just I'd give up my ass. I'd let him fuck somebody else. Right. I'm going to also bring up one more thing here, because that led me to tweet this actually just this morning. And I haven't checked back on this yet, so you have to forgive me. I haven't looked at the stats on this. Where'd it go? Oh, I did another poll. By the way, I did the same poll on Twitter that I did on the show. Like, should a man be entitled to cheat on his wife if he's been confined to a sexless marriage for more than a year? You guys in the chat, 80% said yes. On Twitter, these guys said 82.4 said yes, which I find interesting. And where to go? Okay. Finally. Okay. I think I'm going to share the screen here for you for this one. You guys might have seen this already. If you came over from Twitter, like, that's where I do. But Twitter's my groove. I'm just going to say it right now. Here you go. All right. Can we see this? We can. Okay. There's a reason why I'm posting this up on the screen here. All right. There we go. Because the responses to this are just as important as the hypothetical here. I have put this out before on several occasions, and I decided I was going to reheat it once I saw the whatever video clip right there. So this is what it was, okay? This is the hypothetical situation, and I know I shouldn't use allegory. I know I shouldn't use metaphor. I understand. I committed the cardinal sin of social media, which is never use allegory, sarcasm, metaphor, poetry, prose, hyperbole, anything that can possibly be misinterpreted in the most literal fucking sense. That don't use that, right? That's a maxim. Okay, if you met a woman who had every green flag you could hope for, and I'm posing this to the chat right now: gorgeous, fit, loving, loyal, dressed modestly, no debt, no tattoos, no cosmetic surgery, nurturing, submissive, religious. But her one stipulation is that you can never have sex with her. Would you marry her? Now, of course, I had to follow this up because I knew it was coming. So this is what I also added to this. Presume that you can have as many children as you want via artificial insemination. She'll be affectionate and loving and never cheat on you, but you can never have sex with her. Do you marry her? Now, that's the hypothetical. That's the, and I know people hate hypothetical questions, because what do you think? Now, what do you think the responses were? Well, I wouldn't do it. Well, will she let me bang other girls? That was the next one. Now, of course, that's coming. Now, here's why I didn't put that out there, because I knew that was coming out, right? I deliberately left off the qualifier that perhaps you could just go outside the marriage and fuck other girls, right? She'll be loyal to you to a fault. Would you marry her even if you could go fuck other girls? Okay. And I left that open because I knew it was going to happen, because that was the number one thing. Well, if I could fuck other girls, then yes, I would marry her. So if you could have a string of fuck buddies and you had a loving, wonderful, loyal wife, as I said, meets all those qualifications, all your ideal chick, she's a virgin, right? Whatever you want that ideal chick, but the only thing you can't do is ever put your dick in her. Would you marry that girl? You'd be surprised. I've asked this. This is actually something I put as a hypothetical way, way, way long ago in the foggy days of the So Suave boards when I was a moderator on the forums there. This was like the early to mid 2000s. I posed exactly this same question. And I've done it throughout the years on in other, like I think I put it in comment threads or something on the Rational Mail. But it's interesting to see with time how people will answer this. There's another hypothetical question that I always throw out there too, which is like, if you could take a pill that would completely eliminate your sexual desire, would you take that pill? Meaning you could now get the things done that you want to get done, right? You'll never jerk off, you'll never watch porn, your dick will never get hard, you'll never ever have any feelings of sexual desire, sexual arousal. You just take this one pill and that's it. Would you take this pill? Would you have a prescription to this pill, right? You'd be surprised how many guys would say yes, because they are that sexually loathing, they are that sexually destitute, or they have a misconception about how important sex actually is to their own well-being and to their own drive. Because I'm of the opinion that without your sex drive, you're unmotivated. Most people don't want to do anything. That's incentive. It's part of being human. Your sex drive is part of being human. Essentially what I'm saying is, would you cut off part of yourself that would make you less human if you thought it was going to solve some problem? Because I see this all the fucking time, especially from like sort of red pill moralists and everything. And they want to say, well, yeah, I would take it or I wouldn't take it or whatever. And they go into this. I mean, they just agonize over these reasons. They just type out like blocks of text, like walls of text. Please use the return key. And they have been like, there's a certain mentality that waits for questions like this so that they can just like tell themselves, not telling me or anybody else. It's like they're explaining it to themselves. And it's just, first of all, it's just annoying as fuck. And then second of all, it's like, you don't understand because, well, first of all, you're probably a guy who doesn't fuck in the first place, but you don't understand how intrinsic the male sex drive is to your own success. So when I hear like Andrew, or when I hear like, when I hear people like sort of moralizing about, so I would never do that. That's degenerate. That's not virtuous. That's not honorable. That's not. Yeah, but it's necessary. You need that. You need that to grow. Literally, you need that to not. God damn it! You got me. You can't talk about dicks without like those kind of puns every now and then. All right. So why is this such a big deal, right? Why is this? Why would anybody have a problem with? Okay, so here's some of the responses, and a lot of these are just sort of like repeats over and over. Now, Devil Fruit Loaf, of course, he quotes me: "Sex is the glue that holds a relationships and associations together." Yes, it's also a motivator. It's a prime motivator for guys to do things. What was I forget the comedian's name who said that? Was it Kevin Hartman? Kevin Hart said this. If a woman would fuck in a cardboard box, a man would never buy a house. Like, that's more or less true. Like, it's what motivates us, what drives us. I mean, Sigmund Freud was saying that all energy is sexual, and I mean energy as in like motivation and incentives, right? There we go. Depends. Can I have sex with someone else? I said no. They're like, makes no sense. Good negotiations give concessions and don't give wild demands. Him foregoing his innate mating strategy for vibes is a wild deal. Okay, so I said that. What was the rest of these saying? Do I at least get oral? No, you don't. You get no sexual satisfaction from this woman whatsoever, even though she is in every other facet, every other detail. She is perfect, but she won't fuck you. And you get no orgasms. You get no wait.
I'm like, man, relatively don't get no hoes, man.
You get no hoes. Nope. Okay, see, that's good. Now I love this one. Or did you forget to stipulate that sex would be allowed after marriage? No, you literalist spurg. That's what I said. Don't be a literalist spurg. See, that's what I mean. It's like you can't use hypotheticals. You can't use metaphors. You can't use anything that requires anybody to have some sort of abstract thinking or some kind of fucking nuance. And I knew this was coming. I can't say that I didn't, but the thing is like, I think a lot of people when they see this, like, and by the way, I have gotten into it about this exact same topic or this exact same like line of questioning, I guess, with women just as much as like the sort of like more moralistic, power moms. I remember talking to I think it was on one of Pat Campbell's terrestrial radio shows. And I was on there and I said something to the effect of like, sex is the glue that holds relationships together. And oh my God, because you got to remember that his terrestrial radio show was in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And that, I mean, that's the buckle of the Bible Belt, or I don't know, it's definitely in the Bible Belt, right? And the ladies in the studio lost their fucking minds. Carly was Pat's producer, and man, she jumped on the show immediately. She said, "What do you mean? What?" And I said, "Look, what defines your relationship with her?" Because she was married, right? I said, "What defines your relationship with your husband?" I said, "That is unique to your marriage. That is not necessarily unique to anything else." And I explained. I said, "Look, I love my mom, I love my wife, I love my dogs, I love my brother, I love my friends, and everything like that. But I only fuck my wife." That is a defining feature of my marriage is we are having sex. It is that fucking important. And I think what happens is when women get into like a relationship, a long-term relationship, and it starts to become routine and it starts to become something that's sort of a given. And I know he's going to be there and we're going to fuck on Friday nights and have sangria or whatever the fuck we're going to have, right? And it starts to become this routine. Then it becomes that you have to find some way to justify why they're not having sex, or they're having sex less as a married couple than they were before they were fucking like rabbits before they got married, because they were actually into premarital sex before they did. And then they got married and suddenly the sex kind of cools off and dries up to, so until it's what I forget who made this up, until it's drip fed, until you get drip fed, you get an IV of drip fed sex. And I'm going to show you some statistics today. I'm going to get into a few. It's just some of this stuff is not going to speak well for modern marriage today. Sorry, moralists, but we're going to get into where we are going to go there today. And the reason we're going to go there is because I'm kind of sick of this bullshit line about like, oh, well, when you're married, you have more sex. Not really. That might have worked in the 20th. You might have been right in the 20th century. Not in the 21st century. Not with access, not with mass media, not with communication, not with social media, not anymore. And I'm sick to, and because if anything to say about that, and I'm not hoping it's this way. I'm not endorsing this. I'm just pointing out the facts. And if you can't have a conversation about these facts, if you can't have a conversation about these questions, then what the fuck are you doing online? What are you doing trying to be an influencer? What are you doing trying to convince people or give advice, whatever the fuck it is that you're doing? Because I don't know why you're here if that's the case. Because really what happens is even when I just bring up, I ask uncomfortable questions that conflict with people's like ego invested beliefs in their religion and their belief sets and everything else. That's when they lose their mind when I say sex is the glue that holds relationships together. And then, oddly enough, Carly came around and says, "You know what? You're kind of right." After that, it took a while. I knew I had to go through we had to jump in the ring for a few rounds. But I knew that was good. I've been talking about this for God knows how long. And there's a reason I've been talking about this for a while. I think what happens is I think people really, really, really want you to get married. They really, really want you to have lots of babies and save the West and increase the fertility rate. And I'm going to tell you, dude, it's fucking over. It has been over for a long time. If the time to start worrying about the fertility rate being under replacement in the United States, the time to have been worrying about that was right around 1975, because that's when it dropped below replacement. If you go and you look at this, I've got the stats, I've got the bar graphs. It dipped. It's only ever risen to, I should say, replacement level. I think it was like in the mid 80s, and then it just plummeted because nobody's getting married. Marriage doesn't seem like such a great deal anymore. That's why. So I was another Twitter thing I was sort of dealing with was some other chick was saying like, "Oh, we need to," I forget her name. I don't want to say, it wasn't like Ashley St. Clair, it was someone else saying something to the effect like, we need to find a new way to incentivize marriage so we can take it from the clutches of the clutches of those red pill guys and Pearl. God damn it. I'm so glad Pearl's exiting the scene right now. Did you guys see the video that she did? Pearl was talking about like how like she was glad that she says the best thing ever happened to me was me being demonetized. Get the fuck out of here. Your career's over. She's talking about how she's going to move back. I'm moving back from the UK to the United States. Bravo. Go back and and living with her mom or living with her parents again. Excellent. You go, girl. I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see you fail. And she's got a new boyfriend or something too. Imagine that. We're going to get to that topic later. I got to talk about Fresh and Fit too a little bit later. But anyways, let me push this up here a little bit more. There we go. So nope. Wouldn't do it. No, sir, I couldn't. But it also makes a great point. Thank you. At least somebody got it. Hell no, never. How would she bear me the stallion that will mount the world? Well, as I said, Mike Steele, that you can still have children with her artificially. No, she would make a great assistant though. Exactly. Take away the sex and she's an assistant. Nope. The entire point of marrying a woman is to have children. Okay. I made the caveat that you could have children with her, but no sex. Okay. And if she doesn't want to do the hunka chunka, dude, who the fuck says hunka chunka? When's the last time you use hunka chunka in a fucking sentence in casual conversation? She goes down as a near miss, not a keeper. Okay. If she was all those things, sure, she would be repressing her own desires. Those desires, God, you love how they just write in their own meaning. Remember what I said? You can't give people details. You can't give people facts. Hell, you can't even do hyperbole. You can't give them facts without telling them how to feel about it. Otherwise, they will hate you for it, or they will insert their own story inside of it. And this is exactly what I mean. Those desires will make it happen. She will fall apart for having give in to the temptation. If she can't with you, it will be someone else. Best hope her desire and need for you is strongest. That's not part of the hypothetical, brother man. Yes, because what women say and what women do are rarely in alignment. Chad can break down any walls she puts up. Okay. No, that's not the hypothetical brotherhood. I'm saying if she were perfect in every other way, but she would not fuck you, and you can have kids, and she'd be a good mother to your children, and she would homeschool them, and whatever your conservative values fantasy girl looks like, all of that, except she doesn't fuck. Would you marry her? No, because I'd still be on the hook for providing for 2+ whatever kids. She'd still live a life of luxury where I'd be responsible for working a soul-sucking job where I'll die before she did because of all the stress. Okay. I love how you got to love how people just insert their own world into and remember, this is 280 characters here. 280 characters, and this is what they get out of it. Hunka chunka. If she's sexual and she lets me smash other chicks, then yeah. Okay. I specifically left that part out because I wanted people to understand that it's about the sex. Nope. Wouldn't do it. Okay. Yes, but only if she agreed that it's open on my end. Okay. That was the poly thing. I'll never understand the hate for tattoos. I don't get it. I don't either, quite honestly. I don't have a problem with the only kind of tattoos I have problem is what I call the Walmart tattoos. It's like when a fat chick has Homer Simpson or Bart Simpson tattooed on her leg for in no apparent, reason for it. Definite no. Men have 10 times more testosterone than women, and we need a healthy sexual outlet. It's so important that even the Bible talks about this. God, it acknowledges that most men were not born to be celibate, which is the reason. And I mean, just look at this shit. I mean, holy mother of God. All right. So I'm going to stop sharing this right now. We'll go back to origin. So there you have it. The same guys who want to quote scripture and the same guys who want to get on their high fucking moral horses, the same guys who would find mousy brown girl, wallflower girl to be super attractive. Oh, she's a good girl. If that girl was into you and was the ideal for you, but she would not suck your dick, she would not have sex with you, would you marry her? No. Only if I could fuck other girls. Yeah, sure. No, she's not perfect. She wouldn't be that. And then they'll insert whatever story they want to as to why that wouldn't work. And the reason why they're putting those stories in there is because they understand it's that whole hypothetical, by the way. And as I said, I've been doing this for 20+ years. That whole hypothetical forces those guys to understand that sex is a need. Sex is necessary in a relationship, in a fuck buddy situation, in a marriage. Sex defines the fucking relationship. So when I say blonde girl 304 on whatever podcast and the mousy brown hair girl, mouse girl on whatever podcast are the same fucking chick, that's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. So because if you have the means to provide them with you're responsible and accountable and work 3 jobs or whatever, make yourself pizza, what the fuck it is. If that's you and you can do that, you better goddamn well be getting fucked. Because that's the only thing you are really looking for in a long-term relationship is as a girl who has sexual access, who is into you and really wants to fuck you. Hopefully it's genuine desire. And that might sound very, very shallow. And it did when I was bringing this up with Pat Campbell and Carly, his producer and everything like that. If I say sex is the glue that holds a relationship together, you also, all of the girls in at the radio station, at the producers for Pat Campbell, they did the same thing. Well, what about? No, that's not what about. That's, do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? No, it is about sex. Sex is that fucking important. So when people come up to me and go, Rollo, you seem to really, you red pill guys are so sex obsessed and blah, blah, blah. You just want to get your dick wet. Well, yeah, but it's more important than that. It's important to a good marriage. It's important to a good relationship. It's important to men and to women. I don't think it's in any way, oh, you guys are just obsessed over sex. No, yeah, because it's that important. Yes, I know this very simple sexual act. And that's why when I go and I see like people like Lila Rose and the rest of these people who want to explain like sex in the context of like Catholicism or something like that. And it's like, well, I have literally read tweets and I have heard like men and women say this, that any sex that is not for procreation is a drug addiction. Really. That's so here we are in the middle of my watch says it's 2024. It's not a bad thing to enjoy fucking. Really. It's okay. It's okay to be into fucking. Really is. Okay. I'm not saying go out and jerk off to porn. I'm not saying anything. I'm not endorsing anything weird or degenerate. I'm just saying accept the fact that sex is that important. And it's more and almost more so to guys. Because what value is that woman bringing to the relationship if you're the one who's providing every other value? If you cover all the bases except for sex, what's left? That's why they struggle to figure out. That's why value is a container word, bringing value to the table. It's a container word. So when you go and you start throwing out shit like, oh, I make my own money. I do this. I'm like, no, you don't. You do that to ensure your long-term security. If it's already taken care of, then what else do you bring to the table? Your pussy. Oh, there it is. Hang on. Thank you. Hold on. It's like putting a hungry lion in a cage with a gazelle without allowing it to hunt. I mean, would you really do that? Shut the fuck up, idiot. Like that was like years ago. That was a year ago. Somebody tell this guy the telephone game is over. You should get a vasectomy though. I'll lean into that. Sure. Yeah, you should. You know who should have got a vasectomy? Fresh. And that will never not be funny. Years ago, I thought my marriage was becoming sexless. I work out. I'm fit. Before she stopped hormonal birth control, totally chases after me since. Our sexless marriages. C of how she sees the guy, alpha beta, or she's not afraid to lose a guy. Yeah, we're gonna. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to show you this one right now. That's too good. That's too good a segue for me not to segue into this. I have a really good one here for you. Hang on. Is it this one? I think this is it. Hopefully I'm pulling the right overlay. Seems like this is it. Here we go. These keep popping up in my feed for some reason. Okay. I put myself in flirty situations with other women so I can have sex with my wife. 10 years of marriage, both 35 and working. Okay, so you're both working, you're both employed, 10 years of marriage, you're 35, meaning you got married at 25. All right, we'll just keep going. Our bedroom has been pretty much dead for the last 4 years. Hormone results are okay. Couples therapy and sex therapy rejected by my wife. She doesn't want to do it. Other than this part, she is great. She's a great mother and wife to me. We have an 8-year-old daughter, and I could not ask for a better mother for our child. See, she's perfect in every other way. One thing I came to notice, though, coincidentally, is that my wife will give me sexy time. Okay, if you are calling it sexy time, I understand the problem why she doesn't want to fuck you. Don't call, never let those words leave your mouth. Sexy time. No, that's what women call it. That's not what you call it. Call it fucking. Call it what it is. If she sees me getting close with another woman, I am not talking. If she wants to basically sex him up if she sees him talking to him. I am not talking in a physical sense, but when a woman comes to talk to me, gets flirty with me, I'm 100% getting physical intimacy. The first time it happened, she seemed extremely nervous and afraid of my interactions with the other party. However, in a few such cases, I came to understand that she'll have physical intimacy with me only when she feels threatened. Yes. Of course, I'll not feel threatened. Of course, I'll not threaten her with divorce just because of that, but I handled things doing something else. I intentionally put myself into situations where flirty interactions with other women happen, and it does wonders. Not sure if I can call our bedroom dead after last week. I know it's scummy. Why? Why is it scummy? But I guess that's what drives my wife truly off my chest. Interesting. So that is exactly what I get into in my first book in the chapter called Dread. And by the way, it's also very well detailed by Ryan Stone in his book of the same name, Dread. Yes, Dread works. It is not scummy. It's only scummy if you're using it like in an over manipulative way. Now, there's if you ask, like when I was looking at the responses to that, was in a Twitter feed or Twitter thread. When I'm looking at the women, like, this is so manipulative. Well, then why does it work? Why are women rewarding guys when they feel competition anxiety? Why are they rewarding guys when they have, and I've called it this, it's actually what I call soft dread or like third party dread, passive dread. Active dread is going out there and it's an ultimatum and saying, if you don't start sucking my dick, I'm going to go out there and hit on the waitress, right? That's overt dread. And I'm sure she'll want to fuck me. Any woman would want to fuck me, right? That's overt. And it also makes you look like you're a pouty little child, okay? Third party dread, that's the chef's kiss right there. Third party dread, passive dread, when a perfect example of this, when a husband and wife are not having sex and her girlfriends say, man, he's looking really good these days. If you don't want to fuck him, I mean, not so many words, but like, if you don't want to fuck him, I'll fuck him. You're so lucky to have a dude like that, man. What I wish I had a man that was that hot, right? Or wow, you guys seem to be doing so well, blah 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 blah. All right, and that third party passive dread is something that is, but like women can't deny it. They hate it. That's why the guy's repeating this shit about like how scummy it is, but it's not really scummy because it works. It's part of the nature. It's innate. So, I got Torsha on deck here, but I'm going to get to, Tori, let me get to the rest of these real quick. Years ago, I thought my marriage was becoming sexless. Okay, I got that one. So that was, I brought that up because that super chat was relevant. Just joshing you, brah. I'll wait till next week to show. Thanks. Saved my life, bro. Thank you. Roy. Christ girls, normal girls, they're the most dangerous. Trust me. Dangerous. I got a dangerous girl. She's redhead. She's my girl. My magician's assistant is here. Why no changing marriage laws in the red pill? And I don't mean no failed divorce. I mean taking half your shit. Okay, no one's worried about taking half your shit, Carl. No guy is really worried about that. Guys, that's another thing that kind of gets me out of, sort of rubs me or chaps my hide, is when guys are like, well, Or it's not. I never hear guys say, "I'm worried about losing half of my shit." Who wants to lose half of their shit? Who wants to get into a situation where a woman, where who would get it? Who would start a business deal with somebody where they get rewarded for breaking a contract? Right? Okay, keep going. But what happens then is I'll listen to people like Michael Knowles or Matt Walsh or God knows whoever is pontificating about the shit. Now they'll throw this out. Well, those red pill guys are just worried about losing half of their shit, but they don't really have half a shit and to take in the first place, right? They don't have half a shit. They don't have a half a shit to take in the first place, right? So, but that's not it. There's so much more to it. Like there's such a ripple effect when it comes to like, oh, you have to choose the right woman. You have to vet, really just be discerning and pray and all. No one does that. No one does that. Even Tori's going to say, she's going to come on here and just one second, I'm going to hold her off. She's going to say, men marry the guy or the woman that's the most, the most accessible at the right time. She just happens to be there. Hey, you'll do, nobody vets. As I said before, I didn't vet my wife. I had to vet myself. Right. And then things work out from there. We seem like we click. Okay, good. That's why I don't give marriage advice. That's why I don't say, here's 7 tips on how to find the right woman. The guy telling you that does not know what the fuck he's saying. Or the girl or Pearl telling you that does not know what she's fucking talking about. Trust me. But it's the whole thing about like, I'm going to lose half my shit. That's what moralists think that red pill guy, that's their only reason for them not wanting to get married. No, it's way more than that because most women don't want to marry those guys in the first place. Remember, there's 2 people that have to come together to form a marriage, and they both have to want to be in the marriage. It's not just a one-sided thing with guys, right? Thank you. I'm trying my best. Wait, there you go. Thank you. Did I get to you? Oh, I got to you already. And then I got one more. Hang on. Hey, Rolo, were you able to check Michael Knowles' interview with Justin Waller? Yes, I did. The comment section is full of TradCon meltdown mode. Yeah, because Mike Knowles really, really, really wants to be Justin Waller. Basically, Justin isn't a real man, according to them. Of course not, because the real man looks like the guy who is in a sexless marriage. That's why. Justin rolls in there and says, "Look, I'm married. I've got two daughters. My wife is cool." It's the situation I just said. His wife's great too. I love her to death, but like it's she's cool with him going out and maybe she's not cool, but like that's part of the deal. He's Justin. He's part of that top 5%. He can have what he wants, and she knows she can have what he wants. And you want to talk about dread? There's your dread right there. All right. Wait, I got to set this up. Correctly. Hold on. Before I bring Tori on, I knew I was going to have to bring this one up. This one. Okay, sorry. Update. My wife says she does not owe me sex. The first post can be found on my profile. Okay, this is a second part to this other thing. She got the notice papers this Monday, and I was shocked. I explained her in detail and thoroughly why I came to the decision. I pointed out every previous discussion why we had, and there were no efforts from her side. We are simply incompatible in the end. There was crying and arguments again. I also told her I would be going back to my hometown to settle into my premarital house. Yada yada yada. So this is not the one I was hoping for. 1 second. Was it this one? No, sorry. Here it is. Alexander. This is Chin Bun. Okay, this is Date Psych. It's remarkable that in all of the manosphere, discourse on topics like divorce, individual differences have not been incorporated much at all. That's all I have been talking about, dude. A lot on body count being predictive because, of course, this overlaps with strong emotions. Yeah, like people think that the only reason people get into the red pill is because it stokes this pain point anger. But almost nothing about how marrying a smart man or woman will have your risk of divorce. That's not the point. The point is not losing half of your shit or having your risk. How do you know? Like, hold on a second. Let me bring Tori in. Here we go. All right, Tori, you're there. Can you hear me? Are you good?
Yeah. How are you?
You're good. How are you? Okay. How are you? You good?
Do I make you nervous?
Yes, you make me nervous. You know why? Because you're smart.
Rollo.
Smart.
It's been a minute.
Yes. It's been
Am I too loud?
No, you're good.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm pasty.
Everybody.
Jesus. I'm in my milkmaid dress. This is supposed to
Milkmaid
capture a
dress?
man's
I
attention.
know. Yes. Silky smooth.
I could give a fuck.
Yes.
Okay, so you said something
You're
that I
so
was
wholesome.
like,
You're so wholesome. All right, what did I say that pissed you off? Hold on a second. Why do so many women think they deserve to have their needs met without having to give anything in return? A man can go at work all day, 20 minutes on her back. It's too much to ask.
Rolo, I can't.
All right.
Can't.
All right. Say what you're going to say.
It's crazy to me, like from the female perspective side of things, we're taught from a young age to like give men sex. Like men, it's a need, they need it, keep them from cheating on you. You have to give it to them, all this stuff. And then you enter relationships at 18, 19, 20, and the men don't meet your needs. So
what needs are those?
Everything. Duh. I'm insane.
What's the needs? I see. That's the thing is like one of the things that gets me, and I brought this up a little bit earlier, is like when we're talking about value. Like you saw the video probably before he came on. It was like, what do you bring to the table? What value do you bring to the table? Well, the hypothetical for that whole thing with Brian on whatever podcast was, you have a guy who meets all your needs, right? He pays for every date. He's got his shit together. You're basically a woman of leisure, right? What do you bring to the table after that? And of course, none of them say loyalty, nurturing, I mean, that never enters. I was like, well, I make a good chunk of change too, and I could bring some money. Like value automatically is conflated with like, financial and monetary value. And that's why my point in that whole thing was like, well, it's because really the value that if everything is already met for you, the only value that you have to a guy is sex at that point.
Yeah, and I wanted to explain a couple things, because it's like, men, hear me out. Men don't bring anything but like a headache to women. It's like an extra weight when we talk about beta males. You know what I mean? It's like, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably need to qualify that, because like if you have a guy who has actually got on top of his game, but I understand like 80% of guys are like betas as it is anyway.
I've like most of the men that I see in relationships, there's like a handful that I'm like, oh, that's probably a nice partner to be with. But like women are saying in the most like indirect way, ooh, my mic keeps going out. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
They keep going in an indirect way about how they can't handle it. They won't say it that way, but like they can't handle taking care of the home and the kids. They're tired. Half the reason why they're like, oh, I'm too tired for sex is because, hey, asshole, can you just step the fuck in? Can you just do something without me having to ask you to do something? And I think they see working in the home is not a job, because they themselves do not take care of a home the way that you should if there's a family, like making sure surfaces are cleaned, not spreading infection. Like men just don't do it. And so I think we need house husbands, and then they'll get it. Or like men have to live on their own for like a substantial amount of time. People give single dads shit, but they kind of get it,
That's actually a good observation, because I have I love you too. The guys that I have talked to in the past, I mean, there's always going to be qualifiers, because there's going to be like women are looking for a guy. Like average women don't want to get with average men. Okay. And average men don't clean up surfaces. Average men don't think about doing this kind of shit, right? Is it more so for men or more so for women? I don't know, because we're also talking about the average. I'm just talking about the average dude in a Western country, okay? Whether that's here or wherever it is, okay? So we have to like sort of clarify terms. Who are we?
And the wife I'm talking about is your control freak, bridezilla, narcissistic vibes. Like she'll complain and complain and complain, and I'm always saying, just stop doing the shit. If he's not doing it, stop doing it, because you just complain about it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
No. What I was going to say is that I think that like when guys get on my ass about like premarital sex or something like that, like, oh, Rolo's endorsing premarital sex. I'm not endorsing or saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying here's the facts and the details of it, right? But the fact of the matter is like the woman that you know before you get married is not going to be the same woman that you know after you get married. So when you're living
plus Rolo exists. Oh my God. Literally men don't want to change, Rolo.
I'm
The
not
specific
like,
type.
okay, so like before you get married, before you get in a relationship, let's just say, before you get into some sort of like monogamous relationship, there's a lot more competition anxiety. There's a lot more like actual dread, right? Like I want to get with this guy. It was what was it? Mystery used to say, like, a woman cannot fall in love with a man unless she feels jealousy for that guy. All that jealousy is gone once you've signed on the dotted line. Once, like, you want to talk about
As
like,
soon as they're in my vicinity.
men are, like I was saying before, men are worried about losing half their stuff. No, they're worried about you not wanting to suck their dick after the wedding. That's what they're worried about.
They won't say it though.
They're worried about the sex drying up afterwards. And I went and was meticulous about today's show, so I got stat after stat for this.
Yeah.
Like the average couple. In fact, where is it? Right here.
Tell them how you tell them our conversation.
Oh, when I asked you like how long it had been since you've had like sex.
No, not that part. The second part.
Yeah, okay. This is the sexlessness stats right now. Okay. This is
you texted me saying how many marriages do you think are fucking?
Oh yeah. Yeah. What's the average frequency per month that married couples are having sex? Right. That was one of the questions we had.
That was the question. I thought that I was like 0, like maybe 1.
Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is it right here. According to the 2019 article, this is the AI overview of this question. Okay, 2019 article: the median number of times married or cohabiting people have sex is 3 times per month.
That's a lot.
You think the? Yeah, I was going to say it's probably okay, but it's far less than probably what they were having beforehand. So, however, other studies have found different frequencies. 2017, Archives of Sexual Behavior found that average adult has sex about once a week, or 54 times per year. The General Social Survey found that 25% of adults have sex weekly, while 16% have 2 or 3 times per week, and then 19% have sex 2 to 3 times per month. So you can see this: married couples are more likely to have sex more often than people who are single, divorced, or widowed. However, some research suggests that frequency of sex is not linked to a happy marriage. For example, a study found that married people who have more sex weekly are no happier than those who have less. So all this bullshit about like, oh, get married and you'll be happier. No. Chapel Hill OBGYN also says that the healthy sex life is not defined by how often you have sex, but rather by intimacy, which can include good massages or holding hands. No.
I'd rather I'm just thinking like, if I don't know how to put this without being mean, so correct me if it's kind of like hardcore. Like, so men have, from my experience with men, it's probably not all men, but I know some other women that agree with me on this because we talk about it pretty frequently, actually. And there's this thing that happens where men, because I date men, will, they almost beg for sex in a way. And if you don't want to do it in that moment, they have like an attitude, and we don't talk about the attitude, but they huff and puff, they're assholes. They purposely like won't do their share of the work just to sort of flip the power or whatever. But at the end of the day, like men want to fuck their girlfriend as if it's a chore, like a need to be met for him, even if I don't want to do it. So it feels like EPAR, right? Because like if I don't want to do it, but the only way I can keep you from not cheating on me is to do it, like, and you keep begging for it, I guess I'm gonna do it, but I'm not happy about it. It turns into a chore. And like if I ever were to get married, which I don't plan on it, I want to be able to be the first one to like rip your clothes off. But at the end of the day, it doesn't happen. I haven't experienced that. And a lot of it comes from men not wanting to take the time to learn how to pleasure a woman. And the thing is, the ego with love is so attached to men's ability to make her come. And after the first few times, they keep asking. Men will keep asking, did you come? Did you come? Did you come? And then when you say no, that poutiness, the same thing when you don't get laid happens. And women are pleasers. So they're going to end up faking it. So after a certain amount of time, they're like, laying there just like, I really fucked up, but if I was honest, it would have made it worse. And that's how women feel. So if she says she came, just say to her, I know you're lying. and then you can have that conversation and it's not awkward. I'm dead ass, because it's awkward.
Guys who fuck don't ask that question. Seriously. I
Entitlement rule.
I don't think I have ever asked that question.
Okay,
because
good.
I know when she has. When she has.
But most men don't.
Exactly. And I understand your frustration too, because the thing is like the very act of asking that puts them down that much more. This is a guy. Why am I with it? Why am I having sex with the guy who doesn't know whether I got off or I didn't get off? Yeah. He doesn't know his way around a woman's body well enough to understand when I'm shaking with a really great orgasm, or I'm just sort of like, kind of half-assed about it. And I think that's one of the, like, so full disclosure here, I used to be that way. I used to be like, okay, well, we need to have sex 3 times a week. And if we're not having 3 times a week, that means her desire for me is not what it ought to be. And I used to like figure it out, like, okay,
it's normal.
But yeah, well, the thing is I would rather have sex once a week where that woman wants to rip my fucking clothes off and says, fuck me now, like take me like a wild fucking animal, than okay, I got laundry to do. Are you finished yet? Like that right there. Fuck that. I don't want
call it intimacy.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is like whenever this goes back to when I was talking about negotiating desire. Like you cannot negotiate desire. This is key to understanding that. So like if you, first of all, I'm quoting Sterling Cooper here, but like to be able to tell whether a woman is having an orgasm or not means that you've been with enough women to understand. You've been rewarded by sex with enough women. You're the guy that other women want to fuck and other guys want to be. If you understand a woman's body better than she does, that right there shows that you're the guy who that's the highest form of pre-selection, right? For you to know how your way around a woman's body. Now, what gets me is, and I get this on the show all the time when we're on like Access Vegas or something, like women go, well, most guys don't even know what a clitoris is and blah, blah, blah. They can't find it. They don't even know where it is. And I'm just like, who are the guys you're fucking? I'm like, I'm at 50, mid 50s right now. Like, it's stupid for me to even like all that pretentious bullshit's out the way. It's like, I know how to get a woman off. Like, it's not fucking rocket science, and you're not special because you've never got off with some guy who couldn't figure out what a clitoris is.
You know how you've said that girls are fine dating single dads or whatever because it's cute. He has a kid, shows he can do that. Mm-hmm. I think it's actually okay. You know how when you have kids as a man, your testosterone drops? Mm-hmm. I think in the bedroom, like when men go to touch certain parts, they bring so much force, but dads are more gentle. And I think it's like actually a testosterone thing.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right about it. Okay, I'm gonna get real graphic here for a minute. I have heard, I've seen these shows, and I don't know if what's the girl with the Skrillex haircut, and she's like blonde and everything. I can't remember her name, but she's like she's very. What is it?
Die-Antwoord, that girl?
No. She's not a singer. She's actually a sex therapist. She has a podcast.
Oh, I know she's the one when you Google like where's the clitoris, she comes like up.
Stop the Insanity girl. Like she's got that kind of like looked at. I don't even know the name, but so anyways, she was talking about like how guys like when they go down on a girl, and the girl's like saying she could tell that like. She says something to the effect of like, oh, that's it. Keep going. Most guys will like increase the intensity, like when they're doing that, but that's not the key to like getting up. It's like keeping it as rhythmically, like in the rhythm that you're in right now. And the thing is like, it's exactly what you're saying is like guys, they're automatically go, well, if what I'm doing now is good, if I build it up and I intensify it that much more, then that's going to get her that much quicker. It does not work like that.
Yeah.
That's also Sterling Cooper was talking about that too.
I've listened to a lot of his stuff and I'm like, oh, he gets it. Like anytime I hear a man
is this Susan Powder? Is that what like I would not be surprised if it was Susan.
Who's that? Susan?
I gotta find. I'll dig it up and I'll send it to you after.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I think that when I listen to girls saying, it could be on the show, it could be wherever, but like when women say like, oh, men don't know their way around a woman's body, blah blah. Or no, I know what it is. Like they'll show an IUD, you know,
Oh, yeah.
like what is this? Like guys don't know what a fucking IUD
How many
is. Right?
tampons do
Yeah,
we need a
exactly. I like, oh, it's the holy symbol of feminists, or like some witch cult or something like that, just to fuck with people. But they think that like guys are like so sexually ignorant that they don't know like female body parts. It's like these guys have been watching
And it
porn
comes
enough
off as
to
it comes off as entitlement. I know it's not something that my audience likes to hear, but I try to be as honest as I can. It's like you're smug about it. I don't want to fuck somebody that thinks they know what they're doing when they fucking suck. I have to fake it, and I'd rather be in a shower. Like, sex is a lot of work. Like, and I don't think women know that you're supposed to move during sex. Like, I just learned that at 27. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just saying, like, but men don't fucking say anything,
So,
yo.
you're saying you're a pillow princess?
Yes, I was a starfish for sure.
You're a pillow princess.
Yeah, so I would just like not do it. That's where I think having one night stands probably is really useful. I bet you the girls that do one night stands actually know to do that.
Well, women, yeah, that's.
I'm serious.
Well, you understand that, like when there's something to be said about like having same night sex, right? Because there's still like, does this guy know what he's doing? Do I know what I'm doing with him? That kind of stuff. There's still like unfamiliarity. The newness of it might like override that, but there's something to be said about like the second time or the third time, right? With the same person.
And it
now
builds
you're like,
confidence.
okay, I fucking get it, right? The other thing is, I wanted to point out is, and I don't think enough women really get this, and I'm kind of glad you came on the show because it'll give me an opportunity to finally say this.
Yeah.
I don't think enough women understand, certainly not enough guys do, but I don't think enough women understand the power of like genuine desire. Like you're just saying, it's a lot of work, right? I don't want to have, if I'm not into it, then to you, it's EPAR, right? And I've actually written essays on this about like how there was like marital EPAR.
Archwinger too.
Yeah, he's talked about it as well. Is like it came out like right around the I know it was Aziz Ansari, when Aziz Ansari got like, it was kind of like this gray area between, well, she wanted to have sex with him, she gave the guy a blowjob, but she didn't want to have intercourse with him, right? And so she got to that point. So now, is it EPAR? Is it not? It's like, no, she just got, at some point she got buyer's remorse, and she's just like, okay, I'm not really into this now. I realize after giving a Hummer that I don't want to get with him. And I thought about it, and I go, you know, that's when terms like enthusiastic consent came out, because it was yes means yes, no means no, no means maybe, blah, 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 or I have to be into it every time. And then that's retroactive. So what people were saying at the time is like, you could go through divorce proceedings and say, did you have duty sex with your husband, right? Because you're Christians or whatever, you know, you have to have sex. If he wants you, then you got to give it up, right?
Yeah.
I have actually brought up the term duty sex like on Pat Campbell's show as well. Like when and people lose their mind. What are you talking about, duty sex? I'm like, duty sex is like, that's comes out of the evangelical church, man. What are you talking about? I'm repeating what you told me. And so people see that and they think, well, if it's not sex that you're enthusiastically into and you didn't want to rip the guy's clothes off, then it's tantamount to EPAR. And I'm like, well, that's interesting, because you could extrapolate that and take that onto like divorce proceedings and say, you know, Mrs. Grow, did you ever have sex with your husband and you weren't really all that into, you weren't enthusiastically into it? Oh yeah, lots of times I had duty sex. Congratulations, your husband's now a statutory rapist.
Yeah, but see, that's why a lot of women don't go to like the cops about actual EPAR. It's because they don't want to ruin the guy's reputation, because they think it's their fault that they are not into it. They think there's something wrong with them. I'm telling you, I'm not saying that should be a thing. I understand when you say sex should be recognized as a need. I don't think so. Just because if it was recognized as a need, then it would have so many other implications in terms of sex work.
How you satisfy that need is not necessarily, doesn't take away from the fact that it is a need. So like when
for men,
but okay, but hear me out. Like when I put that tweet out, did you catch the part where I was reading?
I got hacked on Twitter. I haven't been on Twitter.
Oh, okay, so I haven't been on, but I was reading it on the show before.
Yeah.
Okay, so I had this hypothetical question, which I've used several times. If there was a guy, oh wait, I think I still have it up here. I'll just read it to you. If you met a woman who had every green flag you could hope for, gorgeous, fit, loving, loyal, dressed modestly, no debt, no tattoos, no cosmetic surgery, nurturing, submissive, religious, but her one stipulation is that you can never have sex with her, would you marry her? Okay. And then I added this as a caveat. Presume that you can have as many children as you want via artificial insemination. She'll be affectionate and loving and never cheat on you, but you can never have sex with her. Do you get married? If sex is completely off the table, but every other aspect, it's the perfect marriage. She's a perfect wife for you.
This is literally why I've been saying that men that shame women for having so much sex, like women are not fucking in the ways that guys think they are, but like because we shame them for it, women are gonna be more sexually reclusive in general. They're gonna play off like they haven't done this before type shit, and then you marry her and it's like, if sex would have been more accepted, then this, like, you would have known earlier, like, oh, she's just not into me. It's not that she's new at sex. She just doesn't want to fuck me. I don't know. It's like weird.
No, I agree with you because like as I've said before, it's like, it's all about genuine desire. I don't want to have sex with a woman who doesn't want to have sex with me. I want you to like rip my clothes off. But
men don't want hoes. That's what's like, that's the cognitive dissonance that men have.
I think men do want a hoe. They just want her to be his hoe.
Well, see how that's kind of fucked up? It doesn't work.
Yeah, it is. It's
like, if she's going to be your hoe, she was a hoe before. She got practice.
Right. Well, yeah, then you got to ask, how did she learn? Right. But no, I was going to say is like, when I hear guys talk to me, like, I'm going to quote Sterling Cooper here. To him, if a woman becomes like sexual with him, like sooner than later, right, he takes that as a compliment, because what he says is that it makes me understand that she understands how important sex is to guys, and that she sees me as such a high value guy that she wants to lock it down with sex, right? So you can look at it.
Men that like want. You can
look at it. You can look at it from that perspective, and then there's the guys who are like, well, I don't want, like, whenever I quote The Rational Male, when I quote like Iron Rule of Tomasi #3, which is, any woman that makes you wait for sex, the sex is never worth the wait, because usually there's something that's some sort of mitigating factor. It's not about sex. It's not about the wait. It's about determining genuine desire, which of course is what you were just saying a moment ago, is like, the men don't understand that maybe she doesn't want to fuck you because she doesn't have the desire to fuck you.
Like,
and so what do guys
want to.
So what do guys exactly? She doesn't want to. She has no.
I would bet like
desire.
95%. Like,
Yeah.
hi.
She doesn't want to fuck you, but because it says in the Bible that you're supposed to fuck your husband, now she's obligated to have sex with you. And what do I say about genuine desire? If you try to negotiate genuine desire, it only leads to obligated compliance. That's why women have such a problem with getting married. This is from the female side now. Well, men are worried about losing half their stuff. Women are like, I don't want to fuck a guy for the rest of my life that I don't really want to fuck.
It's
right?
like slavery.
Yeah.
I know it's like hardcore to say that, but it feels like you're trapped. That's why they want to get out. Like,
There's
why
nothing-
do women not remarry, but men do?
Yeah, because most men are betas, and that's the like, well, I can't have sex unless I'm married, or I want to have, I want to get back to where I was before. Most of the guys that I counsel who are like older, like 45 to 65 years old, they don't want to break up with their wives. They don't want to get out. Like, I'm trying to help these guys sort of reconstruct their lives and everything. They don't want to break up with their wives because they're in love with their wives. They just want their wives to fuck them.
That's when I say manipulation is okay, because you're trying to fix your marriage. You got to scare her a bit. But a lot of times maybe you do have sex and the woman actually feels better. She's not yelling at you for like not closing the cabinet all the way. You notice how she's a little bit more calm. There's that aspect, but I don't think that's in the forefront. I don't think they attribute it to that. I'm
also going to throw this on here too. So here's what obesity for females 20 to 74 in the United States. I know Aaron Clary is watching right now, so I would be remiss if I did not talk about like obesity rates too.
Yeah.
So you got to remember, honestly, I think that one of the reasons, the major contributing factor to sexless marriages right now is obesity. You're just not fuckable, or you were before you got married, and now you got fat. And and by the way, it's both. Okay, it's not just the guy. It's not just the woman or the man. Okay, it's both. You want to know? As God is my witness, the key to a successful, healthy marriage and having good fucking sex well into your 40s, 50s, and 60s. Stay in shape. Go to the fucking gym. Be a normal weight. Be into it. Because I think that one of the things I've done. I think we did this on the show when you were on Access Vegas. Is I've had I've had women actually hit me up after a show in my DMs, and they'll go, Rolo, I want to thank you for showing me the female delusion calculator. And I'm like, why is that? She goes, now I know how rare an animal my husband actually is, and I have a new
I love that.
for the guy. And and you know, the calculator was made so that women could, so that Fresh and Fit could goof on women, right? But it's so much better tool than I think most people give it credit for, because like guys can see just how, like, sort of, statistically how valuable they are in the sexual marketplace. And then women can actually see, hey, you know what, maybe I'm actually with a guy that's not all that bad. Right.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
I think the main reason why you have like such a high statistics for sexless marriages is primarily because, as you were saying, just exactly what you're saying. You're right. It's because women don't want to fuck the guy. They're not. They either didn't get worked up or whatever. And then when I was doing that experiment here on Twitter about like the perfect girl with no. What happens is I get these responses from these guys going, well, in the Bible it says that you're supposed to have sex with real relationships with your. I'm like, that's not what this is about. It's not about obligation, but the obligation is I'm going to find anything I can possibly find to conscript my wife or my girlfriend into having sex with me, except for learning how to get her off, how to get her hot, how to be better looking, how to be arousing to the woman who I'm going to spend the rest of my fucking life with.
Like, I just want them to, like, when I said 95%, I say that because a lot of guys don't think it's them. They're convinced that they're not the one that can't get her off. And I'm like, please assume that you are, because you might just save your marriage. Seriously. Mm-hmm. It's like,
well, when I look at like sexual frequencies, like, I don't think guys should keep quotas. I think it should be more about the intensity of the sex. It should be more about.
I hope they suffer.
Oh, you do, because
yeah.
As I said, Tori has changed quite a bit since the 3 years that we've known each other.
No, I'm just a masculine bitch.
Yeah,
I like a house husband.
I ruined Tori for all of the men besides me. Are you in a sexless marriage? A marriage is considered sexless if the couple is only having sex on average once a month or less. So this is
Why do tradcons lie about the frequency of sex?
Because they want you to get married because it's in the Bible.
They're miserable and they want us to be like them.
It's confirmation of spiritual belief. That's what it is. If they can't find statistics to make that back up, then they'll go, well, it doesn't matter. The Lord wants you to.
Could you imagine if you had proof that they were fucking? Like, you could see it just based on like a number on their head or something.
You had some like spy camera inside.
Like, God, privacy. It's like, love it, but hate it at the same time because people lie.
15 to 20% of marriages are sexless. 20 to 30% of men say they have little to no sex drive, and 30 to 50% of women say they have little to no sex drive, which, by the way, kind of tracks with overweight and obesity rates too.
You know what they say about like couples? I know you don't like couples therapy, but the dynamic I was talking about in the text message is like women end up picking up for those men. And so it turns into like a son, that's my child. And then the man also gets really annoyed that she's so controlling and nagging and stuff. And so he doesn't want to fuck her either. I wonder if that's like a contributor, or if when they say he has no desire to sex, it's because they can't get it up.
So something that's like physically there. Is this what I
Rolo, what percentage of men do you think have ED in the age ranges of 18 and 30?
I don't know. Should I look it up?
I bet you if you asked, it did it again.
That's okay.
Like a lot of young guys, from what I've heard, have it, and women also have complained about. Have you heard of this thing called the death grip?
Yeah.
Have you heard of it?
wait, I bet they
all right.
Percentage.
I'm like, stop holding your dick so tight.
For men, what was the age range you said?
18 to 30.
30. Erectile dysfunction affects 18%.
Okay, keep going.
In that,
looking.
18% of men aged 20 and up suffer from erectile dysfunction.
It's a higher percentage.
That's what Reuters says. Hold on a second.
It'll always say like 11, 18, and then you look at like
About
the
18,
data
yeah.
broke down.
Not surprising.
I think there's men that are gay and they haven't come out yet. Do you think that?
Somebody will give me the actuals.
Rollo.
Yeah. And they haven't come out yet? No.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of men that are bisexual and they like hate women for being their competition.
Bisexuality in men is like extraordinarily rare. Like
I know they
like you're either gay or you're not. It's like they know you either suck dick or you don't suck dick.
Yeah, I just wish they would be honest.
What I got? Love without sex. Can a couple have a serious relationship without sex? 80% says no, which was a retract.
80%.
I said. The ideal amount of sex for a good relationship. Okay, this is by men and women. Okay, 65% several times per week, 69%. How long? They say several times per week. Could you be in a relationship with somebody abstinent? 68% said no. 12% said yes if I could have other sexual partners, which is exactly what tracked with my little survey there. And that's for women. And then 27% of men said that. Okay, I get it. How long could you be happy to wait before sex in a new relationship? Women, a few weeks, 40%. And then as much time as my partner needs, 55% of guys, which of course is why, because men perform and women choose. Okay, so lesser known sexless relationship effects: increased irritability. This is what you were just talking about a minute ago, right? Depression. Poor communication, which is, by the way, is like the only solution I have read any female like dating coach or dating or like sex coach say.
Women have a really hard time with this though, and they don't realize that like they're a big problem.
Reduced emotional intimacy, app-based flings. Flings, app-based flings. So would that be
the Ashley Madison documentary?
No, is it on?
Apparently, it's really good. I want to see it.
I want to reliance on pornography, of course, but that's but reliance. But the reliance is as a result of not getting laid. So the guy's he's going to row. Who does that affect most? Guys. Yeah. Low self-esteem, vengefulness. Sex becomes a touchy topic.
Vengefulness. That's the pouty. I've never seen any stat or any sort of infographic, whatever, ever say the poutiness. I thought that I was like innovative.
That does well. See, that's the thing is like then it starts this sort of negative feedback. Right. Yeah. So it's like then it's like, oh, he's that way now. Like the woman's not going to want to fuck you if you're just like, oh, I'm gonna get my fucking dick sucked. You know.
Yeah.
That whole that's the thing is like when like women love to say that men aren't owed sex, but that's exactly what marriage is supposed to be about to a lot of guys.
Which is why they get divorced.
Yeah, exactly. Or don't get married in the first place.
Yeah, just don't get like I guess the kid thing. How do you make up for that though? Like we want 2-parent households, Rollo.
These were interesting here. What?
That's an important thing. Don't zone me out. Okay, if we tell people don't get married, it's probably better. What about the kids? What about the children?
Think of the children. No, well, okay. So the best situation, this is just child psychology 101. The best situation for a child raising a child is in a 2-parent heterosexual family. Okay, bringing them up and having a good model of femininity and a conventional model of masculinity is always going to be the best.
I'd rather want to fuck my husband.
And it's much. Okay, I'm going to throw this one out there. It's much better. Much better if you have. It's much better if the priority is between the husband and the wife rather than the child being the priority. And I only mean that by margin. Okay, yeah. So and the reason for that is because if mom and dad are happy and they like to fuck each other, that's going to manifest in other ways that have nothing to do with sex whatsoever. Right.
Gotta get the poison out.
Right. Well, the poison out. It won't suck itself.
Learning all of these fucking terms.
This goes back to your poutiness thing here. Cause and effect of sexless marriages. Causes and effects of sexless marriages. When a couple has sex less than 10 times per year or doesn't have sex for over a year, it's a sexless marriage. Okay, so now we can define terms. Sexless marriage signs. This was great.
Oh God!
You don't groom anymore.
That's actually a thing.
Well,
like gorillas do that.
Oh yeah. Oh well, no, I mean groom is like you don't like look good
themselves.
You don't make yourself look good for your partner, and you don't try to look good for your other partner. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
like the joke is this, and I don't have it on tap right now, but I have this. There's a cartoon where it's like this girl who's like sort of in this frumpy sweatpants and sweatshirt, right? And the panel says how I dress for the man that I want to have sex with. And then in the next panel, it's her like all dressed up and made up in a cocktail dress and everything, and how I dress for people for men that I don't want to have sex with.
Yeah.
And it's
I can't explain it either, Rollo. I hate being a woman. Sometimes it makes no sense.
Because it's comfort. It
just makes sense to me when you say this like contradicting thing, but I know it doesn't logically map on.
I know. Well, it's because I tell you what's funny is when and I've said this before, women have no problem with cognitive dissonance, especially when it comes to hypergamy, when it comes to their sexual strategies. Anything's on the table at that point. And so when you laugh about it, you're like, oh, every time I talk to you, Rollo, it's like, you bring something up and you giggle about it, right? It's like, yeah, because I'm bringing up like it's duplicity. And I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. It just is what it is.
I catch myself
people
live
just need to be
all the
aware
time.
of it.
Yeah, it's hard though.
Kids drain your energy.
Okay, that's something I was going to talk to you about, because I was watching this girl on TikTok and I fell into a hole, and she was talking about something like work should pay for the first few weeks or something when you have a baby. But she said something, it stuck with me, and it was that nobody warns you that when you have the baby, every cell in your body is screaming to keep that baby alive. I don't know if it's the same for men because they didn't grow the child, but knowing that about women, I could see women doing way more for the child and not learning to just let it go. But if a guy is going to be like, hey babe, let that go, and he hasn't been taking care of shit, why the fuck would I listen to you? You're incompetent. I'm going to end up taking care of the baby. It's like we can't trust them.
So that goes back to passive shit, or excuse me, passive shit tests. Okay, there's two kinds of shit tests. There's the active and the passive. The active is the one where you meet the girl at the bar and you start fucking around. You're just like, is he really who he says he is? And you could like
me all the time.
All the time. Yes. And then there's the passive shit test, which is you're already in a relationship, and that shit test is meant to determine whether or not you're the best that she can do.
How do men interpret those ones? It's like
they don't. Most of the time,
oh my God.
They don't. And here's why. And it makes women think that they're lazy. They just don't think that they should. Right?
Why?
I'm going to throw this out there, and I have to, because I'm so glad I got you on. I just thought of this.
The entitlement.
Okay, the entitlement. But here's I am so fucking sick, and I don't know if you are or not. I am so soul sick of hearing, I need her to be my piece.
Oh my God. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. You know I hate this.
I just want her to be, she just needs to be my piece. That's like, you remember I said value has it as a container word?
Yes.
Let's cram like be my piece into the value container word.
Oh, it triggers me. Rollo.
I am so sick of that because nobody can
the crazier bitches.
Yeah.
You already know.
Well, I'm going to explain something to you right now. Like if you're in the audience here, for the people playing the home game right now, no woman will ever be your piece.
Never.
Never be your piece.
And
ever.
if they act like they are, they're manipulating you. Like women, we cannot live in this body.
You need a woman to be your piece, or you expect a woman to be your piece.
Like, we'll do your laundry. I don't know what you mean by peace, but if you expect calmness, like, yeah, me too, bro.
There's no peace. There is only war. Okay.
Yeah, it's always war.
Learn to thrive in the chaos. Don't wish it were easier. Wish it were better. Like women are not going to ever be your piece. All right.
Yeah.
And at the moment you think they are, that's when it's like, I'm pregnant.
Yeah, you're right.
That's when it's like, I lost my job. It will never do not look for women to be your piece. Okay. People will fight me on this and they'll go, oh, well, my wife's my piece. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Right up until like she goes and complains to her mother-in-law or sister or girlfriends about what a fuck up
switches
people are.
The story and
exactly.
Makes herself the victim.
Right up until something on the nice, perfectly even keeled sailing that goes along and suddenly there's one little bump and stuff like, there goes your piece.
Like you could
can't. It's just so.
We wage war, Rolo. 27% more. The queens, they wage war.
I should qualify this. I understand guys want that. I understand. It's such a.
They want a boyfriend, Rolo.
It's a pleasant fiction. Is what
they want a boyfriend when they say it. They tell me they're kind of gay.
I understand the desire. I understand why you would like my fantasy girl. Like, remember I said, she's a perfect girl, but she won't fuck you, but she'll be your piece. Like, if I should have probably included that in the
wait, like this.
Yes.
Like sister.
Yes. No woman is ever going to be. Just
that's the whole thing. That's why men get so mad at women. That's why they get enraged, because they realize women are not as like sugar and nice, everything, whatever.
Well, I mean, let me see if I can find this. I think Hartiste or Royce.
Like, I'm gonna make your life a living hell, but it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, you'll never be bored.
You'll never be fucking bored. I'll tell you.
Never be bored. That's funny. I said that too. What was I? Oh, I was on Fresh and Fit one time, and some of the girls were like, "Well, what do you bring to the table? Like, why should we want to get with you?" Like, they went around like there was guys at the table and everything like that. And I go, well, I'll tell you this: I can't guarantee you I'll be a millionaire, but I will tell you this: you will never forget me. Your life will never be boring.
They ask me, "What do you bring to the table?" And I'm like, absolutely fucking nothing. Nothing.
My cooter. And boy, and
not even that.
My
like,
cooter makes up for all this value you think you ought to have.
Yeah, how should women answer that?
Honestly, I think
because it comes off slutty.
Okay, well, first off, I think that if they're going to get like esoteric about things and they really want to like say, okay, well, let me figure out what's valuable to this guy. I wouldn't say, oh, I'm going to be your piece. I would say I have insight. I think ahead. I'm smart enough to see things come.
Don't you think that lacks insight if we said that?
I want insight. I think is the most rare thing in most people, but like certainly what very rare thing to find in women. Compassion. Use
They're
that.
NPCs.
There's a good word for you. Compassion. I'm looking like if I'm into you, I am ride or die. Like I want to be with you. If you're what was it? Eva Mendes and Ryan Gosling. I want to have your babies. That's what I want to hear come out of your mouth.
Yeah. But like, it sucks. It sucks. I don't know.
I know you're just having trouble. You can't find a guy. Right?
No, I don't go out. I just don't. They're too much work, Rolo. I'm getting old. I don't want to.
Are you a femcel now?
A femcel? No, I know. If I walked outside and said someone fuck me, men would come out of the bushes. Someone will do it. I'm just saying. Like I don't feel the urge to go do that.
You're not in the hunting mode.
No, maybe when I get closer to 30. You know, and the time's coming down.
How old are you now?
29.
29. Okay. Well, you're getting close. Was it January?
I'm delusional and think
January
I still have
28th?
31st.
31st. I knew I was close.
Yeah. And it's crazy because like I spent so much of my 20s caretaking. And I don't think people understand that a lot of women that go through that, they don't really want relationships. They're too much work. I don't know. I probably need more therapy.
Okay, so here's how to have a good relation. Here's how to have a good. I'm going to quote Royce here. This is number 4. Don't play by her rules. If you allow a woman to make the rules, she will resent you with the seething contempt even a rapist cannot inspire.
That's assuming they don't have insight, which is a lot of them. But
the strongest woman and the most strident feminist want to be led and submit to a more powerful man. Polarity is the core of a healthy relationship. That's one of my favorite lines. She does not want the prerogative to walk all over you with her capricious demands and her mercurial moods.
I kind of like that.
Her emotions are a hurricane, her soul a saboteur. Think of yourself as a bulwark against her tempest when she grasps for a pillar to steady herself against the whipping winds or yearns for an authority figure to foil her worst instincts. It is you who has to be there, strong, solid, unshakable, and immovable. And for Christ's sake, understand she was not your piece. You're her piece. Yeah. You're the lighthouse in the storm.
It's like women want the men to save them. That's been a fairy tale forever. And I think women's kind of red pill moment is when they're married and they realize like the men are not fixing this stuff.
Still has good collagen. You have good collagen.
Thank you, baby. Love you. Yeah, it's tretinoin, prescription grade.
Let me get to these real quick here. Could you do a react to the man with 1,000 kids on Netflix?
Sounds miserable.
Like the Tinder swindler, he swoons women around the world to have his kids.
Oh, that guy's insane. Wasn't he a doctor, like at the sperm clinic?
I don't know if that's the one, but I have talked about that guy before. This is a guy who
got
actually
welfare for all of them. It was like a welfare scam, wasn't
around
it?
the world to have. He swoons them. So actually, he's the one who's. I don't think it's the doctor.
No,
The
there's
doctor wasn't
two.
doing that. There's several doctors who have like used their own sperm to inseminate women and have thousands of kids as a result of it.
Losers.
I used this. It was funny. I used this one time. I was like, because guys will give me a grief about like, oh, you only had one kid, you're a failure. I'm like, well, how many?
One is more than enough.
How many daddy cool points do I get per kid? Right? Like, how can I be higher in your esteem for that? And then I realized this. I go, it's not about. Like these guys think it's about like reproduction, how many children you have. So by that definition, the guy, like the doctor who inseminated thousands of women, that guy is alpha as fuck, and he's the one you should be living at. Like,
what if they all had girls?
Mm-hmm.
What if all the babies came out as girls and didn't carry on the name? How useful.
There was, but it doesn't matter. Your genetics are genetics.
They should all just like die.
There's
I'm just kidding.
There is a guy, I forget, I think he's in like some it might be Denmark, like some Scandinavian country, and these guys will go, and apparently they are like the prime demographic for sperm donation. Like they want sperm donors, for women who want to have kids on their own, right? But they get a sperm donor. And the problem is like they're getting them all for the same donor, and so now they have to like.
Oh my God, it's gonna be like Genghis Khan. They're related.
It's like inbreeding, like
yes,
dogs or something.
I've been literally saying that when we talk about like even polygamy, even with like one dude sleeping with them, like the kids are gonna start inbreeding. It's fucked up.
Well, I get into it occasionally with these guys like Mac and Murphy or Alex from Date Psych, and these guys are talking about like. It's like women want to they just want to mate with a guy who is of their same socioeconomic status or whatever. I'm like, clearly not, because that's not who they're choosing when they're looking for a sperm donor. If they're trying to get artificially inseminated, right? They're not looking for the guy who's the doctor who has a high IQ. They're looking for the guy who is like X amount, 6 feet tall, and looks like he's got abs.
Well, they've been saying that the rise in autism is like from an evolutionary perspective, it's because like autism equals success, money, intelligence. And so now there's more cases of autism because more men who are autistic are actually like mating. I don't know if that's the proper way to say it, but that like we don't care about the guy that has money. If we did, then it's kind of like guys with how they view women with makeup. It's like, yeah, she doesn't look the best without it, but she looks really good with it, right? Yeah. For women, it's like we want a trust fund baby, 6'5", blue eyes, but like we'll take the guy that looks like he could get it together.
Yeah, who has potential. There's the potential factor into it.
Yeah, what did you used to call that?
Potential.
The guy that looks like it. Did you call it potential? The guy that looks like he can make money if he loses his job.
Oh, that's creative intelligence is what.
Yeah, that
women select for creative. Well, I mean, they select for creative intelligence if they have, if they have social proof, if they have pre-selection, they know the guy well enough. There's a list of criteria that has to be made before that becomes sort of an attractant. So like when the scenario was this was actually a socio-psychological experiment they did. And I remember reading about this when I was in college, so I know this is something legit. They had these archetypes, and one of like four different archetypes of like different men, and they're all controlled for like good looks. Okay, so they're all equally good looking, or they might even be the same guy. Like they're all the same dude. Yeah. One of them is sort of like a trust fund baby guy. He came into money, never made it himself. And works for his family's business or whatever else. Then there's the guy who didn't come from money, and he built up his own business or whatever, and then he suffered a setback. He went bankrupt, but he then made money again. Like he got zeroed out and he came back from zero. Right? And so there's two other archetypes. So those are the only two that you really need to focus on because they're both variations of it. But the women found that the guy who had the creative intelligence to be able to go from rags to riches to rags again and then back to riches again, that was the guy who was always going to be more because he has the creative intelligence to improvise and to like be able to like rebuild the village after the tornado goes.
And the humility to admit it. Like there's guys that have gone through some shit and they lie about it because they don't want to seem as like they fuck up their credit and shit, but they won't say that. Kind of like women that lie about their debt and then you find out
own
later.
their failures and own their successes.
Yeah, like it's so attractive being authentic. And I get it. If you're authentic, girls don't like you, but like do work. Okay, you got to do more work. I don't know what it is. You're probably awkward. I don't know.
Well, you know, like Rich Cooper always says, you know, women don't care about men's struggles. They wait at the finish line and they fuck the winners. Yeah. Well,
He triggers me.
The thing is, okay. But the thing is like you don't get to be a winner unless you go through those struggles in the first place. So what defines that guy as a winner in the first place? Is it just because he just suddenly has a lot of money and a McLaren? No, it's was able to go from nothing to something, suffered setbacks, and now he's a winner as a result of having to go through all that stuff. There are criteria and qualifiers for what make a guy a winner. As I said, the guy who just comes into money because he has family money is not the same level of attractiveness as the guy who like came from nothing, busted his ass, lost it all, and then came back from that again because he's an ideas guy. He's creative. That's why I said it's creative intelligence. Women select for a guy who's more creative because that in the long term, in long-term security, creativity and improvisation and being able to come back from adversity again, that's always going to be more attractive than the guy who just got a shit ton of money and really didn't know how he got it. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
What was that? Born on third and thought he hit a triple.
Yeah. And how he like I dated this one guy for almost like 2 years or something, and he like lost a lot of I forget exactly. It was like brain injury. It's been a minute. He lost like his house. He had a house that he got when he was young that he worked really hard for. He didn't go to college. Very intelligent, like engineer. Like crazy intelligent, doesn't need AI to do it. Ended up getting a machine shop. He manufactures gun parts and literally got rid of the house, obviously, and worked and stayed there overnight, which is like kind of illegal, but like literally for 3 years. So like being able to not spend money and be stuck in your home, like or stuck at work, working nonstop. And something that I remember was that his team, like, always took his word for shit. They always listened to him. They never like he really was a leader. And now he's doing exceptionally well. Multiple homes, McLarens. You know the car? Yeah.
I know the car.
Yeah.
Well,
and it's like I like to see those success stories, but he worked his ass off.
Well,
Years 20.
Well, I mean, then I think that's becoming a little bit more. It's easy to like fake the cues of high value right now, especially on like social media and Instagram and stuff. It's for instance, like, I don't know if you.
Not to me, but yeah.
I
worked in nightclubs. Okay.
Yeah. Are you still a bartender? What are you doing for work?
Just YouTube.
That's all you do?
Mm-hmm.
See, you made it work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab this. I got a picture I gotta show you real quick. So as I was saying, it's never been easier to fake the cues, especially the perception cues, the visual cues of high value. So let me show you this. This is want to see my new car?
Did you get a new car?
No, people think I did.
Oh shit!
So it's
a dope picture.
It's a good picture. This is actually Fresh's car.
Oh, nice.
I was in Miami, and he's like, "I need to get a new picture for you for the thumbnail," and I'm like, "Okay, fine." And I thought it was a good picture, right? So I put it up on Instagram. What do you think people thought? Oh man, that's a flex. Why are you trying to flex your new car? Is that the car you bought from ripping off all those incels and making them feel like insecure, manipulative, fuckwits?
You know how I was just talking about this with my girlfriend. She's like, you always date guys that are well off. And I'm like, no, I date guys that are smart. She's like, no, seriously, so-and-so, they didn't take you anywhere like crazy in the beginning. And she was like, how'd you know? I was like, he showed up to a date with a Prius. That's how you know he has 2 cars. She's like, how the fuck do you know that? And I'm like, because he's smart. He uses one as his daily commuter and then has his Tesla.
And one is this flex car.
Yeah.
Yep.
But like the guys that wear kind of the same thing every day.
Well, it's like
Very
when I think it's never been easier to like fake the cues of high value right now. And then, but the thing is like if even Justin Waller said this is like, well, you know, at some point that girl's going to find out that you're a fake. It's like, well, yeah.
When's she gonna look at your tax returns?
Yeah, exactly. Like, she's gonna, you know, if you're, I mean, if you're faking that you're an attorney and you're actually a sandwich artist at Subway, that might be a little difficult.
Rolo, a guy, I always tell this story. They're like, yeah, I travel for work. He works for Uber. He wasn't lying.
Yeah, or like, I love this line. It's like, just say you're an industrialist.
Oh God,
what's an industrialist? Exactly. Exactly. That's
oh my
that.
God, that's funny.
Yes.
That's funny.
An industrialist. No, but I was going to say is like the getting back to your creative intelligence question. Right now, especially online, especially the quote unquote the entrepreneur set right now, I think a lot of guys come up with like they're able to come up with one hit or they're one hit wonders. Like their bands, they're one hit wonders. They come up with one really great song and that's it, and nobody cares about them after that, right? I think that the true test of, well, really a guy, but like the true test of an entrepreneur or a man in general is, can you repeat that success? Was it just a one hit wonder? Was it just one thing that you did and now you think you're a fucking genius because that thing made you $1 million, but you can't repeat it? So for instance, like when I wrote The Rational Male, there's none of my other 5 or 4 books after that are going to compare to the first book.
I love Religion. I think it's one of your best work.
Good too. Yeah, but if one outsells all of them, it's the first one. Okay.
Oh, for sure.
But that doesn't mean you stop. Like if you're a musician, you don't stop at one album. You do more and more and more.
I like the options.
Yeah. So, but can you repeat that success? Are you really a genius, or did you just get lucky on the first time?
Who are you talking about?
I'm just talking about people
in general.
Like people
they got to learn to pivot.
I think it's just more obvious now because we live in an age that's sort of like social media driven. So for instance, I'm only as good as my last book, and I know that, and other people know that too. That's pretty obvious. That's all they know you for. But the thing is that if you have a podcast, or if you have if you have some other a knowledge-based product or something like that that happens to be really, really good, can you repeat that, or were you just in the right place at the right time in the right niche with the right product?
I think that's usually. I think if there's more luck, if you want to call it that, than there is strategy. I mean, yeah, the more you work, I put out like thousands of videos. Like I deleted some, but like I know what hardworking is. I think it's when you're in the right place at the right time, which in order to do that, you have to be really disciplined. Like do your stuff every day. Also network, you know? It's like there's so many things, but how can you tell that somebody's going to be able to repeat it?
Well, I think that you can't. That's just it. But you have to see.
I can tell. It's in my blood.
Can you? You can tell. Yeah. Well, I think probably it's, I mean, when women, as you were saying,
evolved for it.
When women are more attracted to the guy who has the creative intelligence, that's the guy who can repeat his successes. Whereas a guy who just got lucky on one thing, like he won the lottery, right? Yeah. Is he going to be able to repeat winning the lottery? Probably not.
But his attitude might bring him to do it again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly.
It's like mindset.
Yeah.
I know it's such a girl thing to say, but it's really interesting. I don't know.
Why do so many women think they deserve to have their needs met without having to give anything in return? A man can break himself at work all day, but 20 minutes on her back is too much to ask.
Okay, but we work too, bro. Sorry.
Oh, wait, Aaron.
I'm getting my period. Okay,
Aaron Clary, you have to see. He's like, oh, is Torsia there? It shows up. I removed the flags from my yard. You mean your gay pride flags?
That's funny. I want to do a show with him.
She makes a lot of generalizations about men that aren't factual. Can we ask her what specific factual proof she has to make these assertions?
Can you be more specific on the specific factual proof you would like?
Eugene, give me a specific assertion that you think I could.
Do you think I make a lot of generalizations? I try to give the caveat. Like not all men.
Like I don't think that I disagree with any. I just think about the application rather than like the actual principle of what you're talking about. So. Because anyone else feel like they're watching
people what to do
are
with
it? Are we having foreplay right now? Anyone else feel like they're watching?
Is that what foreplay is? Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Witty banter is foreplay now.
Oh, so you understand women?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know how to give them, I know how to give them orgasms. That's all I'm saying.
That's what they all say. I'm
It's
just
not
kidding.
rocket science. Not something you need a college major in, really. Maybe you guys do. I don't know about.
I think it's like the porn.
Yeah,
It's not the same that it used to be.
that is true.
I really think
Somebody
it
was,
plays a
oh, you know
role.
what it was? Oh, I know it was. Mike Sartain brought this up. He's like, I don't know if you guys watched porn in the 90s. He says, but compared to the porn that's out today, like the 90s is like you had to be a rock star. Like the women had like that perfect bodies, had a perfect breast. They had to like be acrobats and everything. The skin had to be totally smooth. They had to have the right hair, and they had to like give a really good hummer and everything.
And they were nice.
Yeah,
Rollo.
exactly.
They had better storylines.
Yes. Yes, he said. He's like, it's like another. It's like the WWE versus like just like an average barroom fight.
Yeah.
If she won't clean or get a maid. If she won't cook, get a chef.
Yes.
She won't change diapers, get a nanny. If she won't do, you then outsource it, which is
That's
exactly
the kind of vibe I fuck.
well. There you go.
We need help.
Okay, so that's actually a pretty good jump off point there, because when I was talking about the chick that was the blonde girl versus the sort of the plain Jane Wallflower girl that was in the whatever video,
The one that guys pretend they're attracted to.
well, yeah, yeah, exactly.
Not all men.
No. But the thing is like I was trying to make that clear in my tweet, which was she has everything, right? You don't have to worry about cooking. You don't have to worry about nurturing. You don't have to worry about changing diapers. If all of the needs are met, what does that woman bring to the table? If she doesn't have to cook, because you can pay for it. If she doesn't have to clean, you have the maid comes every other day. You have a nanny to take care of the diapers, assuming you have a kid, whatever. Okay, all of that, everything is taken care of. What do you bring to the table? Pussy. That's what you bring to the table.
The thing is, though, like I talk about this and I get a lot of shit for it when I say women are not a utility, just like women view men as a utility in terms of money. But it's like, Myron did a video the other day that's like women are useless. And it's like, yeah, no shit. So are men in that same regard. And it's like, why do we keep trying to say what they can do for you? It's almost like codependent, like parasitic. I know that's a feminist talking point, but I'm just telling you that's the way it feels.
Yeah.
It's like I want to fuck you because I chose to fuck you, not that you can fuck me.
Yeah, and I don't know how to relate that to guys who are like the 80%ers, guys who don't fuck. Right?
They get really mad.
Are you subscribed to my Substack yet? Because I'm writing new shit on my Substack.
You know what? I get your emails. Actually, I am. I think I do. I read them all the time. You did one on
a freebie.
You did one on evolution, and I was like, "Oh, you watch my videos now?" I'm just kidding. Or we're just on the same frame.
Yeah, this is our foreplay right now.
Yeah. See.
So no, I was going to say is I'm now writing more actively on Substack than anywhere else because it's a subscription based thing. So it's really you should probably write on Substack.
I have one.
Yeah, you do. You do? Okay, so now I'm going to have to sub to you.
I'm not very good, but I'm trying.
So like the point of all this as far as sexless marriages and stuff is concerned, I think it really has more to do with genuine desire. I think it has more to do with the fact that you want, like you just said, I want to fuck you. I don't want to feel like I need to fuck you because I'm not obligated to fuck you.
Yeah.
I want to have really good hot monkey sex with you because it's what I want.
Yeah.
And so like, again, if all your needs are met, if you don't have to worry about diapers or cleaning up the surface counters, whatever the fuck you're
You
talking
have to,
about.
okay?
Yeah,
Don't fuck with me.
Well, it's funny is like people go, Rollo, do you do dishes? Like that's beta blow.
It's so hot.
You know what? If it's not hot.
No, it is. I'll tell you exactly why. When they have a washcloth.
I'll do dishes when I go, I'm sick of looking at the fucking dishes in the sink. And then I'll do that. Like if I'm living alone or if I'm with somebody else, I'm still going to go do it no matter.
I think this idea that chore play in terms of like men doing dishes just to fuck me, please. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about bartender men. Because I was a bartender. The guys that take the rag and they flip it over there here, and they like, or they take it down and like wipe it. It's like, that's hot. Same with like squeezing a lemon. Like I want to fuck you when you do those things.
Because okay, so squeezing a lemon requires some sort of grip strength. Got that?
Like here.
The thing about the thing about chore play versus like what you're talking about. Chore play is basically the idea is that men who do chores, like domestic chores, are hotter because they're doing these chores. And really what happens is guys will pick up on that. Like, oh, that's the key. My wife will fuck me if I do more dishes. I've changed the baby in her.
I bet women would fuck them more if they were taking part.
But they don't fuck them for the logic that they use with foreplay or with
No, of course not, man.
So what the reason why they think it, the reason why the writers of these articles, which are all women, think that that's in some way so hot is because they want guys to think that that's hot. So they'll work around the house more, and therefore it will free them up to have more spare time and to be more down with, like, putting on lingerie for their man because he's busy changing the diaper and taking the kid over to
Okay, we'll find new problems to bitch about. You're not wrong, but I'm just like, we need help. We need help. I'm telling you, like, women will never admit that they need help because they don't want to seem as incompetent, but they need the help.
So if by need help, okay, I'm going to meet your needs. Okay. Your needs are, I need you to clean up the house a little bit better. What if,
all of it.
what if I go, you know what? Fine. No problem. I'm going to hire Consuela, and she's going to come in on every other day, and she's going to clean up and do all the stuff that I don't necessarily want to do because I'm too busy making a shit ton of money, but she's going to clean up and she's going to take care of that. Now, does that solve your needs?
And that's amazing, unless you start yelling.
I have to do it, or can I pay for the service that
I don't want to know you paid for it. Just do it. Just get them to pay them. I don't want to hear about the price of it. If you bring it up later, I'm going to yell at you.
So it's not the fact that I'm actually doing the chore. It's the fact that you want something done.
Yeah, we need help. Like I'm disorganized.
If I have Consuela squeeze the lemon and I have Consuela throw the towel over her shoulder, it's not the same effect.
Well, it's like, just like anticipate stuff, because women, when you anticipate, like, a woman that actually loves you, she's gonna bring it back twofold. You give us fucking sperm, we make you a human. It's like they're like. Until you do that for a certain amount of time and actually see how her behavior changes, if you do it for months and she's not fucking you, she's cheating on you. That sounds horrible. It's probably not true, but like try actually putting in work somewhere, because you just bringing home a paycheck, I could divorce you, get the fucking child support from you. It's the same thing.
The reason why I bring this up is because
that was a good point. You missed it.
It's not about the chore. It's about the guy doing the chore, because it is a manifestation of competency. So if the guy,
what I hate,
that I'm right all the time.
Can I rant?
Yes.
I hate when men are like, look, see, I cleaned it. And it's like, what the fuck am I, your mom during middle school, where you're like, see, I put everything under the bed. You didn't fucking clean anything, loser.
That's your rant? Is that all?
Yeah, that's it.
I'll give you more time.
I'll come up with something else in 10 minutes.
So the reason why I bring this up is it's not, like, chore play is not about the chore, and it's not about freeing up mama for more time. It's about the fact that woman, it's a shit test. It's a passive shit test. She wants to know that you'll think to clean, that the thought will enter your brain that you ought to help out around the house. Women don't. I'm
mental load.
I'm of the opinion, like you were just saying a minute ago. Like, imagine this. Like, if the guy goes, "Oh, so I read this article, honey, and it says that women will have more sex with their husbands if
I literally already don't want to fuck you
if they wash more dishes, right?" And so I'm washing dishes.
Like,
what does that mean? Like that whole thing, because that once again, observing a process changes the process. Yeah. So it's not about that. It's about just getting it. He just has to get it. He just has to understand that this is what I want from him. We have to be a mind reader, but he just gets it.
The worst thing that a guy says,
what he's supposed to do.
If a girl's like, or if your wife is like, I just want you to help. I need you to do that. I just want you to do it. And they say, well, can you make me a list? I've checked out. I'm divorcing you. I'm your future ex-wife.
Vocalizing it turns you off.
It's like,
drives him
why the fuck do I need to make my little boyfriend a list? That's what it feels like. I know it's like fucked up. It's just that that's literally, I'm telling you exactly how they feel.
Okay, I'm going to give you the flip side to that because I got in trouble for saying this not too long ago.
Uh-oh, why?
So it's you should, like, I should know you well enough to know that, hey, I'm going to take out the trash, right? I'm going to go mow the lawn. Most of the time, like domestic chores, if the guy's out there chopping wood shirtless, that's a turn on because he's doing something that shows competency, right? It's not the act, or it's not the actual chore. It's the fact that he thought of it first. And it's competency because is he the best I can do? Yes, he is, because he thinks of shit before I even think of it, right? That's number one. Number two is, I brought this up before, like, and this goes back to your point, like, he should just know this, right? And if I have to tell him, and if I have to give him, if I have to tell him how to be masculine, if I have to tell him how to be competent, he's not the guy for me.
Like, I'd rather just get child support from you. It's not a nice thing, but it's the same fucking thing, right? But now I got to pick up after your ass. You don't listen.
Likewise.
I'm getting so
if I'm with a chick and she should know, she should have enough interest in me to know what I like, when I want to get my cock sucked, and when I want to eat dinner, and when I want to do things. She should know this about me. So like, if a woman says, I'm going to go out is it okay with you if I go out on my girls' night out with my girls, or if I go to Vegas for a weekend or whatever?
It's like, I hate you.
The very fact that you're actually verbalizing that in the first place means you don't know. You don't get it. You don't just get me. Because
but men don't really say that.
No, of course they don't, because most guys are sexually necessitous. They can't.
Yeah, there's scarcity. They're like, okay.
80% of guys don't fuck. Okay, those are the beta males, and if those guys get married, they're always in a state of necessity, meaning that they're all like, she has the pussy, she makes the rules. Oh, she wants to go on her girls' night out, she wants to go to Vegas with her girlfriends. Oh, I guess I have to be cool with that to prove that I'm not an insecure guy. Meanwhile, she's fucking Tyrone. Okay, so
you know why a lot of women like to do that too? I haven't written about it, but I was going to. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's like we notice that when women disappear for a bit, you start to act in the same way that you did in the beginning of the relationship. It's like the same way that you try to trick women into fucking you by pretending you have somebody on the side. Women do this because it actually works. Like, why can't you just figure it out when you're together?
Competition anxiety is what it is.
Yeah.
I was talking about, we were just Ryan Stone always talks about dread because he's got a book called Dread.
Yeah. I've read it.
And so I think that's another reason why guys end up in sexless marriages, is because, first of all, they tend to become valueless or lower value as a result of getting married, not because they're obesity, okay, but also they don't have the opportunities to display or to have any kind of like third party social proof or pre-selection. So prior to getting married, when you're in your single days and your girlfriends are like, man, he's hot, if you don't fuck him, I'm gonna fuck him, like that kind of competition anxiety, that builds his value. Once that's already locked down and there's no chance because he's married, and if he fucks up, child support, take half of his stuff, right? That kind of stuff. That guy, as you were saying before, like men in relationships, men in marriages, their testosterone levels decrease because that's what foments parental investment, right? Give him the extra scoop of rice, make him a little fatter so the girls don't want to get with him, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is like, that's why I keep saying I love that line that Royce uses, like, polarity is a key to a healthy relationship. Yes, it is, because you're resisting the commonality of getting fat, of giving up, sort of like letting go of yourself, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Those kinds of things, because it's not the act of letting go, it's a fact that you no longer can put yourself into situations where your value would be confirmed. Now, I was reading that one, I don't know if you saw this before you came on, but I was reading that one, I think it was a Reddit post or something, about the guy who actively seeks out situations where he's with his wife and he can get flirty, or girls will get flirty with him.
Oh, you mean like the grocery store?
She won't fuck him unless she feels that there's some other girl wants to fuck him. And really, what it's a form of mate choice copying, but it's also the reason why it works is because most men aren't used to being in a situation where pre-selection even works for them. And if they do get into those situations, they try to diffuse it. I would never cheat on you, honey. It's okay.
Men always talk about, though, that as soon as they get in a relationship, girls slide in their DMs. They cognitively know it. They just probably don't notice it to like the greatest extent of working in their favor.
Me and my girlfriends, we were having a dick sucking contest. We thought you'd be a really good judge.
Literally.
No, I'm let's see. Here we go. 90% of OnlyFans subscribers are married men. True. I was going to bring this up. Thank you for bringing this up, Rational. OnlyFans has saved more marriages than it has destroyed. Change my mind. I agree with you 100%.
If I find out you're talking to another bitch and asking for her nudes, you're dead to me. I'm divorcing you. It's not the right thing.
Right after you fuck him to glory.
Yeah, I might fuck you out of being scared.
Let me show you how I can fuck better than this bitch.
No, but he's not wrong. It does save a lot of marriages because it kind of gives you. I can understand it. I'm psycho, but I can understand like from like a philosophical level, it's getting that extra actual woman from next door where it's almost like cheating, but you're not, because you ask them for shit, right?
There's the resource side of things too. Okay. So you got to remember that like most of the money that women make off of OnlyFans is not from subscriptions, it's from tips. So when they're
I was bartender.
You want to make it rain, it's all about tips. Like a woman making $20, $30 a month off of their subscriptions is nothing compared to the $4,000 they might get from the same.
And you know they don't post a lot either. That's what's crazy because men still like the chase. They don't like all of it, it's crazy.
Well, I love how people always, I was just, when I was doing the build up or the prep work for today's show, I thought about that. I was like, you know what? 90% of men on only consumers of OnlyFans are married men. Well, ladies, why the fuck do you think that is? Well, I'm not saying you have to live up to those chicks on the thing, but those guys are there because that's their escape. It's just like World of Warcraft, man. It's just like it's a engagement media, but it's like that their escape life is better than their shitty real life.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, true. But and he's just paraphrasing one of my things. Is pornography is basically, I don't say it's prolonged more marriages than it has ever destroyed, because that's what guys use in a sexless marriage. That's what guys use as their sexual release.
And guess what? They're not annoying her anymore about it. I think a lot of times which sounds crazy. I don't like to say this stuff either. I'm just saying
I should also caveat here. I'm not endorsing that. I think it's, I think pornography, I've said a million times, it's a sedation. And if your escape life is better than your shitty real life, you need to reassess your real life.
I forgot what I was going to say earlier to that. What other point did you bring up?
About
just now. There was something that popped in my head, and I was like,
as far as like
the married men. I was like Christians, something like Christians.
Oh, okay. So 70% of Christian men admit to having a problem with pornography, whether that's an addiction or how they say that they basically
might think they have an addiction because of the way they view sex as a sin.
Pornography is not an addiction. I wish people would just get that out of there. It's not it's a habituation for sure. But it's not a physical addiction. And people want to say, "Well, what about dopamine?"
Yes, I remembered.
If that were the case, you could get addicted to driving really fast in cars.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they've already done research and they can't conclude that it's an addiction. There's some faulty things.
I'm not saying it's not a problem. And I'm not saying it's not habituation. It most definitely is. But if you're going to call it an addiction, you're just trying to do it for effect.
Yeah, and I was thinking, fuck, I forgot it again. Hold on.
Okay, keep that thought. Here we go.
Oh yeah,
you can change
the biggest red pill. Before I forget it, the biggest red pill I learned was that most men aren't fucking. Like prior to red pill, I thought that every single man, fat, ugly, the guy that was disgusting, that would shit himself in school, I thought all of these men were fucking a new bitch every once a week. If you've ever watched me interview women, I'm like, how many hoes do you think men have? And they're like, every month? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, I don't know, 50. And so when you realize that men aren't fucking, it really changes how women view men and sex. Women are men just need to stop with the porn because they view men as disgusting and fucking so many things weekly and shit. I don't know.
I'm like, man, I don't get no hoes, man.
Oh no. Hey y'all.
Oh, you want that one here?
Hey y'all.
I love that
That's
one.
my sound drop, by the way. I took that from Brittany Renner. Everybody else.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Here is just to sort of back up what you were saying here. Single men. More young men are single than women in the post-pandemic era. Look at that, 63 and 34. Now, these are who say that they are single, okay? And they pull that from this data right here, which is I believe this is GSS data. I always use this as sort of a counterpoint when people say, well, Rolo, guys are getting laid. Like they're not, Mike always uses the data from 2018 about how 33% of guys are basically virgins right now. And of course you get all these guys who are like sort of the Evo psych gatekeepers who want to say, well, it's really not as bad as all you think it is. And I'm like, yeah, it kind of is.
But no matter what we say, assume it's feminism, assume it's whatever. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Right.
Because it's
What's your solution?
that's what red pill is. And I hate when other actors will preach the red pill and it's all about the problem. And it's like, can we bring it back to the OG shit? Like, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to be the guy that's not fucking? Because nobody pities you more than other men or women.
Don't wish it were easier, wish it were better.
What do you tell them?
Well, I point out a few things. One is it comes down to the argument of hypo agency versus hyper agency. Hyper agency means you happen to the world. Hypo agency means that the world happens to you. Okay. Yeah. So a lot of people are, especially now, because we've made it so easy to be this way, but most people are hypo agent. They think that the world is happening to them and that there's nothing they can fucking do about it. So
really, I think they have agency.
Well, I think a lot of guys, I've heard guys say this, well, the reason why women are the way they are is because men have the power and we don't exercise and we don't do anything about it. No, you don't. In fact, I would love to see you try to exercise that way. Please prove me wrong and show me.
And addictions. I can separate the person from their addiction. It's a very rare thing I can do, but I don't think men realize how much they destroy their life with something like alcohol, which is legal, until they're almost 30, let's say. They're young still, and they're like, well, maybe I'll go to rehab. The faster you get your shit together, it only benefits you more. Aging is a privilege. Don't make it a regret. No. Jesus.
I can't, I have to, it's funny because I have not had a drink since December of 2017. And
I'm drinking right now.
I know you're probably
it's a weekend and I don't go out.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
It's Malibu and Coke.
Well, put it this way. I don't have a problem with people drinking at all. Yeah. Trust me, I will never pontificate about people drinking because I worked in wine and spirits for 15, 20 years. Right. Mm-hmm. So please drink more, but drink my brands, or drink Van Gogh vodka and drink, tap whiskey.
Yeah.
So when I'm talking about alcohol, I think people think I'm really super puritanical or I have some sort of
no,
not at all. I've never had a DUI. I've never had a problem with alcohol. Yeah. I just stopped right before I began writing book 4.
Yeah, me and Sartain all work in the same industry.
Yeah, I don't have I guess we did, didn't we? Because you're a bartender. I worked in wine and spirits for forever.
I booked tables too.
I worked in wine and spirits from 2005 all the way up to really till the pandemic. So
you understand the importance of looks too. When you work in that industry, it's a no-brainer.
Well, I don't think people realize that. Okay, Access Vegas is kind of a natural extension of what I used to do in wine and spirits. So I used to have to go do promos. I was the art director. I was a principal creative for it was called Van Gogh Imports.
You managed the promo girls too.
And I was responsible for a portfolio of about 24 different brands.
That's a lot. Yeah. Most people do one company. You know that, right?
People wonder why. How come Rolo is so good at being a one-man show? That's why, because I had to.
Literally.
Well, I literally had to do that.
Goals.
But no, I had to. I used to have to pick my poor girls and guys too. I had to pick beautiful people to be at different events, and I had to make them look. It's booth candy, right? You need to get people to come. A sexy bartender is going to get people to come over and get a drink.
But guess what? Who does better? The really hot bartender or the one that's really charismatic and still hot?
Mm-hmm. If it's a guy, charisma counts for a lot. Being able to carry on a conversation and being a good conversationalist. I would love to have a guy who's got charisma and some good looks, right? Rather than just be somebody who's I'm just going to pour you a drink, right?
The men are fun. Like I learned from men, some of the best male bartenders in the game.
You kind of have to be extroverted to begin with. And that I've known a lot of guys who are
Get drunk.
Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, well, you got to do that too. Well, but the other thing is, like, when I was at the promos, I couldn't drink. I was working.
We can't either. But
that's
the managers and the owners still drink it.
I was talking to Ed Lattimore one time, and I said, you know what? Like, being the only sober dude in the club at like 2 a.m. is a fucking superpower. Because like everybody else doesn't know what the fuck's going on, and you do, and then people look up to, oh man, like, no, I'm just the sober one. You're the one that's fucked up.
Yeah. It really is a power though, because you get to sound like everybody sounds crazy, but you're gonna sound most competent and stuff.
Yeah, you're gonna sound not drunk. Well, you probably dealt with this too. Like when we be on like Fresh and Fit, and that's what I call, the point of diminishing returns. Like you get to the point where like the girls are like they're one White Claw in and they could carry on a conversation and they're like really with it. 2 White Claws in, now they get indignant. They're still with it, but they're just indignant. You get to 3 and like we've hit the point of diminishing returns.
Like they don't. Why are you wearing headphones if you're not going to listen to the fact that you're over talking all the time? You know what I mean?
They raise. We've had girls on Access Vegas who will raise their voice like 10 decibels on the, when they were trying to emphasize a point, like bitch, you're talking into a mic, okay? You don't have to raise your voice.
Thing. Nothing that they say is like anything that interesting, except for this one girl that Myron just interviewed on the street. I was like, oh, she gets it, but she gets it from a whole new perspective. I was like, oh, this is actually like interesting. So it's rare, but it happens.
Let me do these real quick. You can change her last name to the Courthouse without getting married. It will be Torsha Bennington. Okay, he's proposing.
$1,000 for my troubles. I'm just kidding.
3 diglets. Rolo, I don't like this lady. What did you like about it?
Cry about it.
Oh, doesn't matter. I do.
They'll be back. They love it.
Rolo is simping. He's simping. You know what gives me? Okay.
Oh my God. Don't get me fucking started.
Because, okay.
You have to simp a little bit, guys.
What is like anything you can say? If I want to give you a compliment, say your hair looks great because you're like clearly your hair is different than the last time I saw you. Okay. Yeah. If I say that, people go, oh, Rolo's simping.
You can't win. They're miserable for a long.
Yeah. Well, no. I catch myself. Like I'll have a conversation like with Tiffany or somebody. Like it could just be like a private conversation. And I'll say, "Oh, you look real good on Fresh and Fit the other day," and I have to say, "No simp."
Like no homo.
No homo. It's like no simp. And I'm doing it in a casual conversation. There's no one around. I'm just going.
I've been saying I like a man with some simp tendencies. I'm trying to normalize. Men have to be nice.
No one in earshot,
Yeah.
Well, but I hate that. It's like I can't you can't carry on a conversation with. Oh, what if you simp?
I know.
Men, encouraging back and forth conversations on sex is part of frame, not just when there are relationship problems. True. It's how you learn and can become outlet of creativity. Women, learn to get to an emotional place where sex is enthusiastic. Okay. Too bad.
Men that get it. Mm-hmm. Such a breath of fresh air, because I've been talking to a lot of black pill channels. I don't know if you've watched my content.
I catch them. They end up in my feed, but it's usually like I think you talk to Undead Chronic, not too.
I like Undead Chronic. He's got his thing, he's doing it, but he was respectful to me. He didn't talk shit about me.
I'm not ashamed to say it. I do like Undead Chronic. I did last summer. I was talking about the whole Brittany Venti thing that was going on, and I have a new appreciation for Undead Chronic, actually.
Yeah, he's virtuous. I don't think a lot of people see that unless you watch him for a moment. He's like, stop doing dumb shit.
Why does Justin Waller wear suits if he does construction? Because he owns the company.
Gee, I wonder why. For fun.
Because they made him wear a suit on Michael Knowles' show. Did you see the Michael Knowles interview with
No,
Justin
I'm looking forward. I heard you mention it. He always dresses really nice.
Michael Knowles, I think after that, he wants to be Justin. He's like, God, I wish I could fucking have this lifestyle.
Men that are unapologetically themselves and just own it It's like usually
if you like, you'll get to it, but if you scrub towards like the last third of the video, like Justin's talking about how it's like 9 a.m. and they're like tossing back like whiskey sours.
I love that. I love that.
I'm like, oh, so they're actually drinking on the show. I struggle with finding the source for the infamous graph. I've seen you use showing the correlation between women on the pill and divorce rates from they're 96.
Two graphs.
I have it.
Two.
Yeah, it's actually two laid on top of each other. Do I have it on here?
Which you can do. You can look at
the reason why you're not finding that is because it's a graph that I did.
But explain why you can do that, because sometimes people will think we
They're
cherry pick.
two different data points.
Yeah, they're two different data points. So you have to, and people can do this when they're assessing or making observations. It's not always like correlative or whatever, but so they know.
You can find the rise, the spike in divorce rates pretty much anywhere. Just go Google that. You can find bar graphs, you can find the line graphs, whatever. Okay, so that's what I did. Grab that. Then I had the insight to see what the correlation would be between the rise in hormonal birth control versus the rise in divorce. You're not going to find too many articles on this because people don't like to make certain correlations. So what I did was
it's identical. It's not even off. This is where people make an exception. Like when it's really like that, like that's spot on to the point where you can layer them over each other. Yeah. Like people will be like, okay,
I know it's so. Oh, I have it right here. Hang on, I'll put it up. So this is what the guy's talking about here. Say something interesting.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm looking for a man in finance, trust fund, 6'5", blue eyes. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. I'm looking for a man that likes guns, compound, knows where the clit is.
All right, this is what you're talking about. This is two different data points that I've set on top of each other. Okay, so one is from 1960 all the way to 2010. The first set, of course, is the divorce rate, which is the red there, and then the rise in the usage of hormonal birth control. So the pill versus oral contraceptions. You can go and find both of these stats independent of one another, which is very easy to do. And then you can find then all you do is just overlay them. I've got an app that will do like it'll take the stats and like
Canva, right?
This.
Oh no,
it might be Canva. But anyways, those are basically two data points that I set on top of each other. That's why you're not finding it at like Wall Street Journal or some shit.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Anybody talking shit?
Fake it till you make it. Okay, thank you. Rational Redneck says, can you do a Substack where you list your sources for dating app statistics?
I have them actually.
You probably
have yours.
My sources for dating app statistics usually comes from the dating apps themselves. I mean, the great thing about especially
it's
Tinder.
The book Dataclism by Christian Broader.
The problem with Dataclism though is it's old data because they
did another one
2013. If there's another one, I'd like to see it.
Because he wrote two, didn't he?
Yeah, I like stats like this. These are the swipes for this is a 43-year-old female. All right, on Tinder, right? And then I love how the swipes are like 15,039 times, and then it just basically breaks it all the way down to three instances of casual sex and no marriage.
Like
everybody loves this because it sounds like a girl's getting their comeuppance. I get it, but statistically speaking, I don't think people understand that this right here is a modern miracle because
women always win.
First time in history have we had access to data like that.
But I try to tell guys, like, women are always going to win. Stop focusing on if they're going to get their comeuppance or whatever you call it, because they're probably going to win. They're probably going to settle. So what are you going to do about it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah.
Are you going to happen to the world, or is the world going to happen to you?
Can we talk about red pill rage? Can you describe it and how men get stuck in it?
Well, anger is part of 5 stages of unplugging, which are really the 5 stages of grief. But so there's the anger phase, and most guys get trapped in the anger phase. It's what I call crossing the abyss. and guys get trapped in the abyss. 90% of the guys who are in the black pill doomer kind of side of things is, it's never going to work. I'm too ugly, blah, whatever it is. They're stuck in the anger phase, and that most likely will never get out. And I hate having to defend this because people go, oh, those red pill guys are always so angry. They hate women. And it's like, no, they don't hate women.
They're stuck.
Yeah. It's like they're stuck in the anger phase, and you have to get across the abyss to accept the fact that like what you knew before in your blue pill days is not the way that the game is played now. You were playing by a rule set nobody was playing by. Now you know the real rule set, so you have two choices. You can sit there and wallow in your own self-pity and self-loathing, or you can say, oh, now, hey, thank God Rolo gave me the real book. Now I can actually fucking play the game like it's supposed to be played, and I'm going to be a better player at it than anybody else. So and everybody's like, no, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Guess what? You're trapped in the abyss.
It is worth the squeeze. The right person is worth it. I know I'm like a miserable bitch and shit, but like good company for the rest of your life, it is worth it. You just have to keep working on yourself and shit.
Yeah. I'm 56 years old. I am in better shape. I'm in the top. People are going to fight me on this. I'm in the top at least 4 or 5% of physicality.
It's
of
new
guys.
46, baby. Aging is a privilege.
I took this. I don't have it set up. I had this one. I mean, here. This actually, you could just use this. Like, I mean, that right there. Okay.
Get it.
People go. What are you trying to act like you're 14? I'm like, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, I'm glad, because that's what I'm aiming for.
I love when they say midlife crisis. I love that shit. It's like, yeah, baby.
Yeah. You're having a midlife crisis. You bought a sports car. Yep. Because I can.
That guy.
Yeah, fun. Exactly. We did this. I'll pull it. You'll laugh. So I have to pull it back up. Oh, is that your your greyhound? Is that your Dalmatian?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get going here. I gotta go for another run. Working out with the dog.
What time? Let me ask you. Okay, so since you have to go, when do you get up? When do you get up in the morning because of the dogs? Do they wake you up in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely. Like 5 a.m.
Do you run? Are you a runner? Do you run with your dogs in the morning? Probably have to in the summertime. That's what I do.
But I have to do them separately. I just can't handle 2 of them at a time. It's too much.
Really?
They're one stop.
How many miles do you think you run in a day? Do you do it every single morning, every day?
Yeah. Some days I don't run. I'll like speed walk. But I still will, like, literally my stomach just gets so flat by the time I get home. I have like actual results same day and shit. So it's like really advantageous for a lot of people that don't get results right away. Hearing me say that sounds kind of like I'll never get there, you know? So, I mean, you could still walk. Okay, bro, I'm coming. She's yelling. But yeah, I probably do about like 5 miles.
I do about, because I do 2 miles out, 2 miles back. So I do about 4 miles a day. And I do it with one greyhound. So I did that with Anna. And she is like, she's a champion racer. They raced her 227 times. And there's a reason why. Because
she's like a jockey horse.
She is psychotic when it in the
I believe it.
She will spin around, and that's her thing, is she just wants to run. And it's a good thing I run. I guess I'm a runner now too because of it. Yeah. But you're right. Exactly. What I was saying is like, so to be in my condition and to be in my shapes, like I got to go lift. I'm lifting at Powerhouse. I'm money, muscles, and game. I'm focusing mostly on muscles these days. And then like I have to take Anna out every single morning. Without fail, I'm doing that. Ned's still recovering from his broken leg, but I have to go out every single morning, and it's usually anywhere between like 3 to 4 miles.
Does she yell at you in the morning?
She barks and cries and whines if I don't come down fast
they're
enough.
always yelling.
And
it's
then
horrible.
She gets up with the sunrise. And in this house that I'm living at in Vegas, we don't have like blackout blinds or anything. So 5:30 in the morning is when we go. So
yeah, you have to, or else it gets too hot in their paws.
Yeah, right now
it's a real thing.
Outside. But yeah, so you have to go out early and you have to go and do it quick. So like when people go, wow, I can't believe how great shape Rolo's in. It's like, yeah, I got no choice. Actually.
Yeah, there's a fucking bitch, dog.
Yeah, you want to lose weight. You really want to get just trimmed down. Get yourself a 3 or 4 year old greyhound, and you will lose weight.
It made me so annoyed though getting into it because I'm like, fuck this dog. They're so annoying.
I know, and you don't get a day off.
Never.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure, Rolo. We should do this again.
Yes, we will.
Okay. Bye, everybody. She's screaming at me. I'm coming, bro.
That's all right. Go take care of your dog. In fact, I got to go too. I'm sure my dogs are hitting me up. So thanks.
Bye.
Bye, Tori. There you go, guys. I got one last item to hit on here, and I would be remiss if I didn't do it. I mentioned I was going to talk about the Petersons a little bit, and I wanted to throw something out here. I deliberately didn't talk about this when it first came out, and because every time I talk about the Petersons, every time I talk about like Michaela, everybody thinks I got some hard on for Michaela. Like I can't even say Michaela without like the algorithm picking it up, and people go, "You want to fuck her secretly." So, anyways, I'm gonna drop something here in just a second, but let me get to the rest of these real fast. Substack, I already got to you. Thanks, Eugene. Men don't know how to please or care to please women. Marriage to men is like slavery. Men's ego is attached to making women climax. I mean, everything negative she says about men. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's true. I think it's interesting. Like when we talk about needs, that's another container word, by the way, is needs are a container word just as much as like value is. And when women want, like if a woman leaves a man, he wasn't meeting her needs. It's never the other way around. People don't, like, if I left my wife and I said, she wasn't meeting my needs, people be like, oh, what a horrible fucking, manipulative son of a bitch you are. Well, the problem with that, the thing is needs only apply to women. They don't apply to men. Because if I say she's not meeting my needs, then what that means is I'm complaining about something, and men aren't allowed to complain. Never allowed to complain. You're always supposed to take it on the chin, because that's what to be a man is to be sacrificial. You have to sacrifice things. And how are you sacrificing? You're sacrificing for your family. It's baked in, especially to traditional conservatism, but it's baked into our sort of social narrative. Women are wonderful, eggs are expensive, and sperm is cheap. That means you have to meet her needs, and if you don't, then she's at liberty to leave you whenever she wants to, and no one's going to say anything different. No, everyone will always side with the woman, unless she does something heinous, unless she kills her children, unless she's a drug addict, unless she, she's a mass murderess. Needs are just basically and again, like I said, needs are just what you go and you sort of cram whatever those happen to be. What are your needs? More money, more security, more time, more emotional. He needs to be more emotionally available, whatever it is. It's a get out of jail free card. Didn't meet my needs, I get out of jail. Oh, you cheated on him? His fault. He cheated on you? His fault. That's where that comes from. But I love this. Like, if you don't make a woman come, then you're less of a man for doing that. And that's usually, I hate that shit too, by the way. That's what I was trying to point out earlier, is that I'm kind of, if I can tell when I'm dealing with a woman who sort of has this, superiority complex, but also this sort of, it's immaturely delivered. If a woman says to me like, oh, most men don't know where a clitoris is, blah, 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 blah. It's not hard to figure it out. And most guys do know what it is, because they've watched enough pornography to know that that's where women get that's the tingles. That's where the vagina tingles come from, right? And it's not rocket science. I know how to get a woman off. It's not hard. Okay. And so when I hear women say, well, a guy's never, I don't get off with a guy unless he does X, Y, and Z. It's like, you're not that sophisticated. You're not that you're not special, right? You're not that sophisticated. And I think that the fact that women would think that guys don't know how to do that is kind of like, it's kind of arrogant, quite honestly. What is this? I hope Torsia finds a man like Rolo. Great girl. I hope she does too. I was actually kind of surprised. So I full confession right now, full disclosure. I went and posed a question to, Tori was one of them, but let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm looking at my thing. 4, 5, 6 girls before I did the show, and I asked them, and these are girls who, including Torsia, have been on Access Vegas, who I consider friends. Okay, and I asked them, so when was the last time you had sex? And of course, they're like, it's kind of personal, blah, blah, blah. I go, it's for a show. I'm doing in the interest of science. That's what I'm doing. Like, when's the last time you had sex? Okay. And then I said, how often do you have sex? And these are all these women are not married. All these women are single. They've been on the show, and they said, a range of tolerance. I say the one of them told me 5 times in a month, and the other ones were saying like something like 8 or 10 times a month, right? So let's round it off and say like 7. Okay. So I got that. Hang on. There we go. So let's round that off. And then I said, well, what do you think? And then I asked this because I already had the stats. I said, these are single women. So I said, what do you think is the average frequency of sex for married couples? And damn near all of them joked in the very beginning saying 0. Because it seems to them like once you get married, sex dies. And that was really sort of the end game for this topic anyways, is like once you get married, that to get married is boring. To get married is to cease having sex. To get married is to take on responsibilities and to get fat, to give up, to let yourself go. And it doesn't even have to be to get married. It could be just like a long-term relationship. There's no contract. There's no marriage. There's, you didn't no wedding, right? You're just in a relationship with someone. Even just to be in that relationship is, I don't say it's defeat or surrender, but it's a lifestyle choice that is not as exciting as your single life. And I think that women don't really realize, they don't see the forest for the trees in the sense that their sexual market value is perishable. And if sex is women's first best primary agency, as I was trying to make the case for in that whatever video, it's something that like I said, is perishable, and so it doesn't last forever. But the thing is I think more and more women are finding ways to prolong it a little bit more, like their sexual, assuming they put in the effort, assuming they do so. We've had women on Access Vegas that are as young as 21. I don't think we've had any below 21. 21, and we've had them as old as 43. And I can show you pictures of Jamie Villamore. I'll go look up Jamie Villamore on Instagram. You'll see what I'm talking about. She is 40. I think she's 43 or 44 now. 2 kids, and trust me, you would. You definitely would. Very, very sexy, very good looking, and with 2 kids in tow. So I don't think it's so much the wall. I don't think it's so much about sort of what I've called sexual retirement. I have a post on The Rational Male called Sexual Retirement. And it's usually happens like, I guess what you would call it perimenopausal, or like right before women become menopausal. And then I'm going to tell you just from my own experience, menopausal women aren't necessarily sexless. Okay. In some cases, they might even be, depending on their hormones, they can actually be more about it than others. And so I think that if you are in a sexless marriage, if a woman is complaining about being in a sexless marriage, I think it's mostly guys who complain about sexless marriages. If that's the case, I don't think that it's necessarily something that has to do with like quote unquote mismatched libidos. I think that's bullshit. It's the fact that those mismatches are caused by the fact that you got fat or she got fat. When you guys remember the Peloton commercial? I think it was in 2020, maybe it was 2019. The Peloton commercial for Christmas, and the scenario was this in the commercial. A Peloton is like a treadmill kind of thing, right? And the commercial was like the guy, the wife, there's a husband and wife, and the wife wanted a Peloton for Christmas, right? And then so it goes through the whole year, and she's in better shape. She looks good. She looks way better, and she wasn't fat in the first place, but she wanted a Peloton. But people lost their fucking minds on that commercial because it was saying, well, a woman shouldn't have to do anything for a man. And I've said this before, is that the cardinal sin of feminism is that a woman should do anything for the express pleasure of a man. So you want to talk about needs and all this? So you want to know why that's a big issue and why that's sort of like a cop-out and a container word? It's exactly that. Feminism and gynocentrism has taught women one cardinal rule: never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. So when a woman wants to do something like that, she has to go against the grain. That guy has to be so fucking high value that it will counter that narrative in the back of her head. Tarsha, let me see your phone. She'd probably give it to me too. I didn't bring this up, but I was going to. But if you want to know, okay, I'm going to gloss myself a little bit here. Here's a flex for you. This is a flex, okay? If you want to if you want to know whether a woman is like really into you, she really, really likes you, don't ask for nudes. Never ask for nudes. And God forbid, never send a fucking prick pic, dick pic, whatever. Do not do. Just that is always a bad idea, no matter what. But instead of asking for nudes, here's what you do. You say, send me a picture of your face with no makeup on. Like that right there is like, that's the litmus test. Send me a picture with you with no makeup on. You want to know when a woman is the most vulnerable? That's when she's the most vulnerable. And if she does, which by the way, Tori has sent me pictures of her, that's when you know she likes you. So, a girl put her hair up in front of me. It looked, I looked it up. It meant she wants to get you excited for head. No. Usually have their hair down when they do that to me. Okay, Carl, you're cool. You're cooler than the rest of us. I will say this though. Again, quoting Sterling Cooper, if a woman shows up to your date with a like a hair twisty around her wrist, you're getting a Hummer tonight. Roll Tomasi ain't got no hose, man. I don't. What are you talking about? Of course I do.
Like, man, Roll Tomasi don't get no hose, man.
I get them left and right. P.S. Thanks for clarifying women waiting at the finish line week and today. Huge help for me resolving women's hubris and getting remotivated to play the game. You know, I brought this up in an illustration. I talked about like the WNBA. You've probably heard me talk about this. How the WNBA, when it first got started, they were going to like lower the baskets because life below the rim sucks, right? And the girls the female basketball players just simply couldn't get up and they couldn't dunk until they got the right players. And they did. It turns out they didn't have to do that after all, but there was serious talk about them lowering the height of the baskets so they could make it more interesting and get more asses in the seats. But the problem is that it fundamentally changes the game. It's no longer basketball. It is women's basketball, or it's, I don't know, something else. It fundamentally changes the nature of the game. And I think that this is really, I think people don't really get me when I talk about this, is because they get too wrapped up in, oh yeah, feminism, WNBA, that's not what the point is. The point is this: they wanted to change the nature of the game to suit the players' talent set. They would literally go and change it from NBA to WNBA, and we're going to go from 12 feet high down to 10 feet high, whatever it is. They're going to change the height of the basket, which would change the nature of the game. When it comes to people who can't play the game, they would rather you change the game to suit their skill sets than to actually be better players of the game as it is. They would rather change the nature. They would rather everyone accommodate them by changing the nature of the game. That's why when I talk about like gender dysmorphia, right? I can't even say that. Can't say the word, right? When we talk about people wanting you to use their pronouns, when people want, when they expect you to play along with what they think is reality, like, oh, you misgendered me. No, I actually gendered you correctly by the standards of reality. And I refuse to use your language because I'm by the way, I'm doing you a favor by doing that so that you can sort of break yourself from this psychosis. But the reason why they want you to use their pronouns, or they want you to think that they're a gender that they're not actually a gender, is because they want to change the nature of the game. They want you to play along with the game that they've changed. They want the nature of reality to change for them. That's what I meant by hypo-agency and hyper-agency. I happen to the world, or the world happens to me. Hypo-agency, I want the world to change for me because I don't act on it. It acts on me. And so therefore I need to change the nature of the game. It should change to fit my skill sets. There is no better illustration of a female mindset, a female psyche, than the game should change for me. The world should be a safer place, and it should change for me. Instead of, I'm going to, the world's not going to change, and I'm going to happen to the world. And by the way, that's not just for feminists. That's for guys too, for men as well. In fact, I would say it's even more important for men to get that message. Hypo agency, hyper agency. I happen to the world, or the world happens to me. If you expect the world to change for you and you don't want to be a better player, you would rather just change the nature of the game so that you're superior. You're no better than the number one, biologically male female swimmer than the guy who is the number 436th ranked male swimmer who happened to identify as a female, because you're basically entering a game that you can win, or that it's not a challenge for you anymore. You want the nature of the game to change, so you can be a winner. Would you rather be a winner at the game as the way it is, or would you rather change the nature of the game so that you can be a winner? That's the difference. What law could the government pass right now to solve this problem? Fathers reporting their daughters on OnlyFans. Okay, so I hear a lot of this stuff about banning pornography. I don't think we should ban pornography. I think it's stupid. It's a moronic idea that is only popular in an election cycle right now. It's popular amongst moralists. It's popular amongst like troglodyte idiots like Candace Owens. She will go any way the wind blows. Candace Owens is basically the female version of Sneeko at this point. She will go with whatever fucking works. Whatever's going to put her on the fucking map. I was her talking about, science is like a pagan satanic religion or something like that. I'm just like, where the fuck is this coming from? Right. But if we're going to talk about, actually solving problems. I've said this before. I don't think you need to have daughters or fathers reporting their daughters on OnlyFans. You need to take away OnlyFans. How about we regulate it? We regulate all kinds of fucking industries. We don't regulate that. People have asked me before, and this is like a personal thing for me. Like people ask me about, like, Rollo, you have greyhounds. They just treat them so horribly. They just let them die on the track. No, they don't. A fucking greyhound, a champion racing greyhound, is a sizable investment for an owner and for a trainer and for everyone else. Now, sadly enough, they're closing tracks left and right. I think they should be opened, and I think those dogs should be able to race with a lot, and I mean a lot, of legalities and rigor and limitations, regulations. Because the dogs that's their nature. Their nature is to run. I know, trust me, I've had 9 of them now. Anna's number 9. I would never be, I'm pro racing because I know the nature of the dog. I know the nature of the animal. I'm very pro racing. However, I also understand that it can be abused, and I understand that the dogs get hurt, and I understand that's part of it. Athletes get hurt. Human athletes get hurt. They take that risk, right? Oh, you're forcing these dogs, but no, the dogs want to run. Trust me, if I let the dogs out in the backyard right now, they will run laps because that's what they do. It's in the nature of the beast. I have 2 beasts downstairs. But I do think it needs to be regulated. Now, when people say, well, we should ban porn. Well, you're good luck. Tell me, okay, great. You're right. How are we going to start? Tell me how it's going to work. And what does that look like? What does a porn-free society in the United States look like? Oh, we need to repeal the 19th. These little ladies shouldn't be able to vote. Okay, I agree. How are you going to do it? Brilliant idea. How are you going to execute? You're not. Because the people who will fight you aren't even the women. They're men who will fight you. There'll be enough men to fight you that you'll never get off the ground. So what is it? It's empty rhetoric. Stop talking bullshit. Stop trying to force the game to fit your skill set and learn how to be a better fucking player. You're not going to get women are going to vote. So what are you going to do about it? That's the nature of the game. Now, you know what the nature of the game is. How can you be a better player in the female voting game? How are you going to be a better player in the we should ban porn, we should ban OnlyFans game. Great. Tell me what your fucking idea is. It's not fathers reporting daughters to OnlyFans. It's stupid. But you could go and say, you know what? We're seeing a lot of social decay and a lot of problems and a lot of things are happening. What 90% of users are fucking married men. We need to find a way to regulate this because, I mean, they went for I think it was in 2017 they went from like $5.2 million to being like 2022 $12.8 billion. That's a lot of money to make it that short amount of time, and it's a privately held company. So what are you going to do? You can regulate. We regulate businesses all the fucking time. I can point you at the casinos right out here. Though they're very heavily regulated. Trust me. Every one of those video poker machines, every one of those video slot machines. I used to work at IGT. I know. Thanks. Just tell me how you're going to do it. I love it how people are like, well, we're going to have a revolution. Okay. We win. We won. We've overthrown the government. What's your plan? What's your plan for the day after the revolution is over? If you can't tell me that before we start the revolution, kindly fuck off. I mean, this is like basic shit. I don't understand like why this is a big deal. You simp for Rolo? Yeah, she simps for me too. I love me, my Tori. Tori's my girl. What app did you use to create the hypergamy chart? It's I want to say it's Canva, I think. There's one where you can like type, I forget what it is, but you can type it in. You can type in the stats and it will like give you the overlay right there. I want to say it's Canva. I'm not sure entirely. That's the one I use quite a bit. I'm not to lie, Rolo. It's a better discussion between you and Tori than you and Mike. Thanks. Sartain hogs too much of the mic. Well, okay, so here's the deal. I think you would have a different opinion of that if you just saw me and Mike solo. Because Mike is a showman when it comes to Access Vegas. And he has to be, because he has to be entertaining. He's an MC. That's what he does. When we are at, I would not want to try to take the mic away from Mike when we're at Babes in Toyland. I would not even dream of that, right? So I know what he does. But if you look at this, if you look at the shows that Mike and I do, where we're talking about like nuts and bolts topics, we have some really good shit. So, but I know I also have some very good conversations with Tori. Whenever you switch to Shiba Inus, they are incredibly patient and won't wake you up. Yeah, but they don't run as fast as Greyhound. Let me tell you something, Nuke. I love me a Shiba, as you know, because I talked to Fresh one time, and Fresh was like, he was leaving, like his dog is Hero, right? And Hero is a white Shiba Inu, and he was like leaving it with like some of the girls because he had to travel overseas and stuff like that. And he was thinking about like, sort of giving him up for adoption to one of the girls on the show, like, because they were taking care of him. And I'm like, dude, if you ever put that dog up, you can't handle, you want to give him to somebody, you give him to me. I will fly out here. I'll buy first class tickets to bring him back to Las Vegas. I love Hero. Hero's like next to Ned and my dogs. Hero's my dog. How can you judge a woman correctly when you first meet her? How so? What context? I find myself just evaluating a woman if I like her sexually. Good. That's the first place. You should start with that. But I don't think that means she is a trustworthy, reliant person. Okay. Well, here's the thing, Mike. Is that what are you looking for? A trustworthy, reliant person? You're probably not going to find, your powers of discernment are probably not as refined as to figure out within the first, time that you're meeting a girl, whether or not she's trustworthy or reliant, because trust and reliance and fidelity and loyalty takes time. You've got to figure it's like here's the thing is, determining whether or not a girl is hot and you want to fuck her, that's immediate. That's approximate, right? That's approximate goal. She looks good. I want to fuck that. I didn't think when I met Mrs. Tomasi, I didn't say, I wonder if she's a trustworthy individual. I wonder if I can rely on her. No, I said, I like that ass. I want to tap that ass. That's what I did, because that's what, when you're first meeting a girl, that's all there is. Does she pass the boner test or does she not pass the boner test? Afterwards, after she's passed the boner test and you're on date number 5 and she shows up for date number 5 and she's reliable and she seems semi-trustworthy. Well, that's the thing, is it takes longer to determine trustworthiness and reliance versus Yeah, she's hot. I can tell she's immediately. I can tell she's hot. It's a miracle. Evolution magic never ceases. Right? It takes longer. And there's nothing wrong with it. You don't have to determine that in the beginning. Have fun with it. Jesus Christ, man. The thing that gets me, and this is not a flame on you, Mike. Thanks for that $20 super chat. You don't have to. You don't have to determine that in the first 5 minutes. You don't know. Is she going to be the future Mike or future guy? Which I don't know. The future Mrs. Tomasi? I didn't care. Are you kidding? I was seeing like 6 other girls at the same time. And I know she was seeing other guys too. We were dating non-exclusively, like adults fucking do. Right? So it's not like she was going, oh, I can't wait till he dumps all these other bitches. We date like adults. That's another thing that gets me is like when I talk about like spinning plates, I'm not talking about like fucking anything on 2 legs. I'm talking about like dating non-exclusively. And you should. Women do it all the time. That's a woman's prerogative, right? She has the right to change her mind. Why? Because she's probably seeing the 3 or 4 different suitors. It's another thing that bugs me. Never use the term court. Courting. You're not court. I'm reluctant to even use the word date now because somebody sent me an article on like the history of the word dating, like the term dating, which we still use in the 21st century for some weird reason. Dating as a term was coined in like the early 1910s, something like that. And it was actually from a song or from a poem or something like that about some girl who was flaking on their date. And so therefore it kind of the kids picked it up and called it dating. And we've been calling it dating since, I don't know, sock hops and happy days in the 50s and fucking, all the way up to right. We don't date anymore. Okay. Dating is over. And we don't court for goddamn sure. Okay. Whenever I hear somebody say, oh, well, when you're courting a girl, what is this, the 50s? No, what is this? The Rococo period? Is this the Baroque period? Is this the Middle Ages? That's where the term comes from, court. Like the royal court, the noble. You have to be noble to court a woman. I'm going to court her because I have to go to the court. That's courtly love. That's where it comes. Look up courtly love. I've written here, do yourself a favor, and I'm going to pitch my 4th book, Religion. I talk about the ludicrousness of calling it courting, but where does it come from? It comes from the term courtly love. Courtly love, which was basically a series of games created by aristocratic noble women of the late medieval, early Renaissance period. Right? Their husbands would go off on campaigns. They'd be there, twiddling their fucking thumbs, and they would have what were performing troubadours who would come and entertain the ladies while the men folk were off, fighting the Saracens or something. Right? And that's where you get what we call the romantic ideal. Romance. Romantic love came out of that period, out of that era. Courting. Nobody courts. Nobody has courted since, 1480. Stop calling it courting. Jesus Christ. If the wife stops putting out, it means she has already got what she wants. Does it? Yeah. Marriage, family, financial security, and kids. The husband is now superfluous. Yeah. So what is his needs don't need to be met. What is his needs? What is his needs? It's not provisioning, protection, and parental investment because he's already got that in spades, right? What's his needs? What's a man's fucking needs in that situation? Blowjobs. Sex. My love language is anal sex. That's what he needs. His love language. Acts of service. That's what he's looking for. And she wasn't meeting my needs. Well, how so, Mr. Tomasi? I know. I need anal sex. I need 4 or 5 sloppy ass blowjobs. That's what I'm accustomed to, Your Honor. Yeah, he's superfluous is all right. Boy, let me tell you something. I think I rubbed Dr. Phil the wrong way at that last. I probably could have left that last superfluous out. I should have just shut my mouth, but it was worth every minute. Matthew 5:31-32. Whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery. Rollo, change God's mind. Okay. Are men who marry divorced women despicable or desperate? Despicable? No, they're desperate. You don't even need the Bible to explain this, by the way. So the reason why is because if a man divorces his wife, if you look at, I think it's, even Jesus, it was Matthew. It's the Gospel of Matthew. I'm going to say it was not probably. I probably have Sam Bott is probably going to quote scripture for me on this in just a second and like completely school me because I'm not a biblical scholar whatsoever. But I do know this is that when Jesus was talking about you can't get divorced except for one stipulation: sexual marital infidelity. If she cheats on you, then you can give her a divorce. Right? A sexual immorality, impurity, whatever it is. If that woman cheats on you, infidelity, then you have the right to divorce her. That's it. But everything else, divorce is off the table. Ladies, you need to understand that too, because if you're a Christian, you buy into this, then you're on the hook too. Which of course women do know, which is why they try to, is that what it is? But I say unto you that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causeth her to commit adultery. And whosoever shall marry her that is divorced, committeth adultery. All in King James. The King's fucking English, man. Dig me up the one that's before that, or it's either before or after that. Which is like, if you look upon a woman with lust, then you're guilty of adultery too. So is that guy despicable or desperate? It's like, do you guys remember? Maybe you do. In God, I'm a nerd. A Judge Dredd. Do you guys remember Judge Anderson? She was the psycher. She was the one who could like read people's minds. She was a hot piece of ass. She was in the movie with Carl Urban too, which by the way, I wish they would do another one of. But it's like, she used to have her own comic book as Judge Anderson. It was like the byline was, "Don't even think it." And I always think about that line whenever I read that. Whenever I read the scripture, it was like, if you look upon a woman with lust in your eyes or lust in your heart, then you've committed adultery with her. It's like, don't even think it. Like, how do you do that? I say, the thing is, I think that stuff. This is me. I'm not a biblical scholar, as I said, but I think that exists, or like that was sort of in the Bible to show guys and women too, I suppose, just how fucked you are. Like, you're going to hell no matter what, because I can't walk out. Shit, I can't even scroll through my chats here without looking at a woman with lust. Of course. So what is it? I say to you that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. Okay, that's 5:28. So that came before. What's the one? No, it's got to be Matthew as well, because it's in that same vicinity. It's that if you can't get divorced, like thou shalt not divorce thy wife unless for marital infidelity, because your hearts were cold or were saddened or whatever, and the Jews of old said you can give her a writ of divorce, and he says that the Lord says you cannot divorce a woman unless she basically cheats on you. I think that's interesting because women have taken that in the feminized church. They've taken that scripture and then they turned it into like anything that is like, oh, he's watching porn. That's him cheating. So you can divorce him and the Lord says you're okay. Okay. Christian kosher. He had an emotional affair. He didn't actually fuck the girl, but it's his work wife, or he had an emotional affair. That qualifies, that gets the divorce stipulation in the Bible. And here it is, Matthew 31-32. Oh, it was said. Okay, it was said. Okay, you didn't give me the whole thing. That's why. It was said, whoever sends his wife away, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say unto you that everyone who divorces his wife, except for the reason of chastity, makes her commit adultery. Okay, so if you divorce your woman, then she is an adulteress. Makes her commit adultery because she's still married to you, right? Because you can't divorce her except for the reason of unchastity. So So women, I've had women like tell me that the reason they divorce their very religious husband is because he has a pornography dependency, whatever, and so therefore that qualifies as unchastity, unchaste, sexual immorality. Oh, but that's not all. We can now equals fornication. Unchastity equals fornication. I get it, but remember the unchastity thing or like I've seen it in other translations where it's infidelity too. But okay, well, since we're going to go by the King's English here, fornication, unchaste. So basically, she fucks somebody else, unless she fucks somebody else. Then, which by the way, would make her an adulteress anyway. So, like, why are we even having this conversation? Yeah. There we go. Change God's mind. I would like to change God's mind. I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, last one. Matthew 5:31, amplified. Okay, this is the AMP version. It has also been said that whoever divorces his wife to give her a certificate of divorce, but I say to you that whoever divorces his wife, except on the grounds of sexual immorality, okay, I guess infidelity would qualify, causes her to commit adultery, meaning that if you put her away for any other reason besides her fucking another dude, then you make her an adulteress because technically she's still married to you, even though you gave her the writ of divorce. And so therefore, if she fucks some other guy, she's still technically married to you because you can't really do that unless she's already an adulteress to begin with, which kind of like heads things off at the pass if you think about it. But let's just go with this. So if you divorce a woman for any other reason than her being sexually immoral, then whoever fucks her also becomes an adulterer, I would presume, because you can't legally, through God in heaven above, be divorced from her for any other reason. And so therefore she's fucking another guy. You're basically a cuck. And then now you've made her an adulteress and you're probably fucking somebody else. And then now you're an adulteress. Everybody's fucked. So got it. Oh, Matthew 19:8. This is a little different. He said to them, because your hearts were hard and stubborn, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives, but from the beginning it has not been this way. Okay. That was actually the quote I was actually looking for. Sammy, thanks. Leave it to Sammy to give me the scripture. Swallow. Is that what you want? You get them for you get flexes for free on this show. If you want them on Access Vegas, it's going to cost you $20. Because $20 is $20 and save my life. My best friend introduced me to you now in my early 30s, probably saved me from self-deleting. Thank you. You are welcome. And thank you for saying so. And please shout that from the mountaintops so people understand. You miss Lorsha. I love Tori. I love me some Tori. I might bring her back again. She seems to be she's a very popular girl. Oh, let's see, what time is it? I got 27. Let's see. I want to I'm reluctant to do this, but I told you I would do it, so I'm going to do it anyways. Here we go. Oops, that's not. Oh, I can add an extra camera. Hold on. Okay, here we go. All right, these are from this is my Peterson collection. Now, why am I putting this up there? Because Tammy Peterson just did a video. She just did an interview with Lila Rose, which I think is like the height of just mid fucking tradcon shit here. I don't know if Lila is now working like directly with Daily Wire, but I do know that I absolutely know that Jordan Peterson is an employee of Daily Wire. He has a licensure, let's just say. So she was just on with Lila Rose, and I thought this was interesting. I'm going to scrub through this to the interesting part here. I believe this is it. Now, I want to point a few things out because I already, as I said before, I knew about this, and I didn't want to say anything because people get kind of tired of me talking about the Petersons, but I thought I'd
modeled quite a bit nude in high schools. I thought, oh, I don't know if that's a reasonable thing. I was thinking of the ethics of everything, but of course, I've drawn.
Okay, hang on. This is the clip version. I want to give you the full version. I have a fuller version of this. Is that? Oh, maybe this is it. Here we go.
Were you when you met Jordan?
I was 8, he was 7. He told his dad in grade 5 he was going to marry me.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to marry him. He's kind of a wild man.
How did...
Oh, how sweet. All right. So I have to start okay, here we go. At number 8 here. I wrote the time cues out so I don't have to waste too much time here. Okay. This is where it starts.
The way that your life is now, 2 children, the amazing journey you've been on with Jordan, and then your faith conversion, even the newest thing. Did you have any idea?
No, I wouldn't say so. You know, I always thought I wanted to marry him to see what would happen in his life. So, because I knew he was a remarkable person from the time I was a little kid, which was partly, I think, why I stayed friends with him, because he was the most interesting person in town. So I wanted to be around him. He was always curious about different things. It was always interesting to be there. And so, you know, that's why I married him. I thought, you know, if I don't marry him, I won't know what happens. So I guess I have to marry him. And so now I'm finding out what happens. And I didn't know what that would be.
What has happened?
What has happened? I think that, you know, when he first decided, when I said yes, that I would marry him, he said, okay, so we're going to get married. So the first thing is we have to tell the truth. And no one had ever said that to me before, not like that. And I was still finishing my degree, and I went home and I really thought about it. I thought about, you know, I carried a New Testament Bible in my pocket, and I went around to everything I was doing. And I was, I'm a pretty creative person, so I was taking art classes. I'd been an art model, so I'd modeled quite a bit, nude in high schools. I thought, oh, I don't know if that's a reasonable thing, because I was thinking of the ethics of everything. But of course, I've drawn lots of nude models, and it's an exercise in anatomy and perspective and everything. It's an amazing thing to draw a human body. And I wanted to learn about art, so my best way in, since I had no money, was to make money and be in an art class. And so then I started art modeling. But I had to look at that and see if that was a reasonable thing for me to be doing. And I was finished my degree, and I was living with another man. So I was living with another man when Jordan called me.
A man you were romantically involved with?
Yes.
Really?
Well, Jordan had said 2 years before that he was going to come to Ottawa, and he didn't. He was supposed to get a research position, and he didn't get it, and decided not to come. And I think I was getting to, 24 or so. I was getting ready to settle down, and I got a boyfriend. I had a boyfriend, and we moved in together. And so...
You guys catch that?
When I went to Montreal to see Jordan, I had to come home and tell my boyfriend that my oldest friend and I were...
Oldest friend.
...going to get married. And that was the end of that.
So you were not just dating someone, but living with someone when you agreed to marry Jordan.
Yes. Well, when I saw him and I thought...
When you believed you would marry him.
Yeah, it wasn't
It wasn't that stage quite yet.
No.
Did Jordan know about this other man?
I think he had never met him. And he hadn't come to see me since I had had a relationship with this fellow either. So he may have known about him, but not very much.
Yeah, I wonder if that in any way helped initiate him to say, I need to try to secure Tammy, or perhaps it wasn't even on his radar.
I don't know.
That's a question for him.
That's a question for him, yes.
Yeah, what were all the impetuses around that time? So
would you like to know what the impetus were around that time? Because I'll be happy to fill in those blanks.
You then break up with this man.
Yeah.
Now you're about to, then you begin the process of Christmas. You do Christmas together.
Yeah, well, I had just finished my degree. My parents came out for my graduation and drove me to Montreal and left me there. And I got a place to live in one of the apartments of one of the other graduate students that Jordan was going to school with. So I lived with her, not very far away from his house. And we dated. And I'd already said yes, that I was going to marry him. And he was busy writing a book, going to classes, he was very active with the other students. They played baseball. They had baseball teams, and they had Friday nights at the Thompson Graduate House where they would dance and listen to music and I think argue and, do the things that
What happens when you get together and dance?
people do when they're thinking of big ideas. And it didn't seem to be moving along as fast as I thought it would, I guess, when I said that I would marry him. And so by the end of March, I insisted. I insisted, either we're going to get married or we're not going to get married.
You had to move on if it wasn't going to actually happen.
Yep, that's right. Or maybe he was moving on. I didn't know. I had to ask. And so that's when we decided that we'd be married in August. And so then things moved along quite quickly.
So it's now been how many years of marriage?
35 years.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
What has been the biggest surprise?
All right. So that's number one. This is recent. This was just, I think, this last week. I want to say this dropped on Thursday or Friday last week. So that's the most recent one. Now I got another one here, and I didn't jump on this probably as fast as I should have, but this is actually Tammy Peterson with Michaela Peterson about 3 years ago.
The Michaela Peterson podcast.
I got to scrub it through to 18. All right. So this is her telling another version of that story. Okay, that'll do.
Give me Monsignor through the whole thing. They were all these Frenchmen were wearing pastel suits and walk. It was Easter, they all looked like Easter eggs walking around the church. It was quite an experience, but I went all by myself, right? So, because George wasn't a churchgoer.
Okay. So let's go. So you were in Ottawa, you finished your degree, you're doing massage therapy. You're now fairly bilingual?
Now I'm fairly bilingual, and Jordan gives me a call. He's in Montreal.
When was the last time you talked to him?
I used to see him at Christmas, I'd come home at Christmas every year, and then I didn't for a couple of years. And then he said he was going to move to Ottawa, and I thought, oh, that'd be nice. And then he didn't. He got a job in Edmonton, so he didn't come. So then I kind of thought, well, I'm just going to pick up my life and go forward.
Yeah.
So I went out with a fellow and lived with him for a couple of years. And then I was finishing my degree and I got a phone call.
Did you catch that? I lived with him for a couple of years. That's part she left out of the Lila Rose part. So when they broke up, she was 24. She lived with the guy for 2 years. So she's 22 when she lived with the guy. And then 2 years later, that's when she decides she's not going to live with the guy anymore and she's going to move on to Jordan.
Call from Jordan that he was in Montreal, that he was doing his PhD and he was going to McGill. And so I went there for Thanksgiving in 1986. And he looked
The year I graduated from high school.
like he was doing all right.
And he was a lot taller.
Well, he was a lot taller a year after high school. I met him in Fairview. He got out of his car. And he got out of his car for like a second or two longer than usual because he was a foot taller. And he still wasn't marriable at that point, though. He was pretty much a wild man at that point. But once I got to McGill, he looked like he wasn't quite as much of a wild man and that he was getting a life and that he had a plan. And I thought that there was a possibility that maybe we could make a go of it, because he had already asked me to marry him a couple of times by then.
When?
Did you catch that? A couple of times by then. So 2 failed attempts.
Christmas?
At New Year's. I think at New Year's I said yes. That was the last time. But
what? I don't remember hearing about this. I thought he wrote it to you in a letter.
He did. He wrote me a letter and asked me to marry him there. And I thought, is this guy for real?
Yeah, kind of. I'm like, that's not very romantic. Where's the knee and the ring?
Yeah, it's like, well, we did live 3,000 miles apart.
Yeah.
And that, back then to call home was, it wasn't, you didn't have a cell phone. You didn't have a cell phone plan or anything. It
It's
cost
kind of
money
romantic.
for long distance. And I didn't have any extra money, neither did he.
Yeah.
Bro, I was 18 in 86. Okay, just saying.
Yeah. And it is kind of romantic.
Yeah, he wrote me a letter. I think that used to be the way it was people
Really?
would write letters. I imagine, yeah.
Oh.
A lot of letter writing, love letters. Remember? You've heard of them?
Yeah.
It's 1986. I'm sorry. It's not 1946.
So he wrote me, I think he was probably going to Europe and wanted to know if I wanted to go with him and also get married. But I thought maybe he was joking because it was written in kind of a joking way.
He's probably nervous.
Yeah,
he could pass it off as a joke if you said no, just in case.
Right. That's right. So I didn't quite know how to take it. So I just kind of left that there. And one time he asked me and I said, maybe. I wasn't ready yet. I didn't want to say no, but I wasn't ready to say yes.
Was that because you were living with a guy for 2 years?
I still had to see which
How
way
old
his
were
life
you?
went. Well, when we got married, I was 27.
So did he ask you the first time when you were like 25 or something?
Oh, maybe 23.
Oh, okay. That's pretty young.
That's
When she was with the other guy.
pretty young. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't know it started like that early. Like the asking.
Well, the asking? Yeah, the asking started kind of early.
You just tortured him for like 4 years?
Yeah, when he started to,
By living with another guy.
it looked like he was going to start to have some girlfriends. I married him.
As soon as you saw other women moving in, that's funny.
Do I need to continue? I mean, what's great about this is it's like, here's what's great about this. It confirms everything in this timeline. It confirms everything I've ever said about the infamous sexual market value graph. Like, look at the time right there. Oh my gosh, it's 27. Well, okay, it was the 80s, so you can back this up a little bit. But see what I'm saying? Do I even need to have any commentary?
Yeah. He was just starting to feel like confident and everything, and I married him.
Took him off the market before he could like hit his stride. Why is that? Because she knows she's decaying in sexual market value and he is on his ascendancy.
Okay. So you moved to Montreal then?
So I moved to Montreal.
All right, that's good enough for this one. Now I've got, oh boy, here we go. I feel like I don't even need to give commentary on this. I just have to let it run, right? Let them cook. So, okay, where do we go with this next? This is too good. All right, here we go.
Across the street from me in this little town that we grew up in called Fairview, Alberta. I think I fell in love with her the moment that I saw her, although I don't think the feeling was necessarily mutual. And so I was about like 7, I think, something like that. So I've known her for 48 years. But yeah, I mean, I told my dad when I was in grade 5, I was sitting with her on this big armchair in our living room, and she was sitting beside me on the armchair, which I was pretty damn thrilled about. And she was being chased around by all the boys in the school at that point, even though that was in the elementary school, you know. And so I was pretty happy to have her sit by me. Anyway, she left, and I told my dad that I was going to marry her, and I remember that, and he told that story at our wedding, which was quite cute.
Got that? Okay, that's part 1. It gets better. Oh, I have to throw this in here.
Anything that's untoward or...
Okay, here we go. I'll give it to you again. Jordan. What are we going to do with a simp like Jordan? I don't even want to call him a simp. I mean, is there another word we can use here?
Tammy, she was very popular among all the boys. Like there was like 10 of us, and we were all in love with her. And this is true. Like I can remember this very clearly. She was a friend of mine when I was a kid. I went over to her place one day delivering these newspapers, and she was talking to her friend, Hazel, blonde girl, who was a very attractive girl as well. They were talking about getting married. They were, being kind of cynical and smart ass about it. And Tammy said to her friend, I don't want to change my name when I get married. I'm going to have to marry some wimp. And she turned around and looked at me and smiled, and she said, Jordan, would you like to get married?
Wow.
And I thought, and she was playing like it was a poke. That was her. She was provocative like that. And I told her that story when we decided to get married. And I said, you're Tammy Peterson, not Tammy Roberts. So that, I got the last laugh in that story, but it took like 20 years.
It just keeps piling on, man. And the thing is like I didn't go like cherry picking this stuff. It wasn't too difficult to find this.
Dad. I was 8 years old. He was 7 because he's a year younger than me. He lived right across the street in an orange house. His dad was a teacher at the elementary school. George was this very skinny little kid, straight sandy hair. And we did things that kids do. We played games on the street. He was in the same grade as me, so we hung out with some of the kids at school too. And I was very good friends with him until grade 7 when I matured and he didn't, because boys don't mature as fast as girls. I left him to his group of friends and I went on with my group of friends, and we didn't really hang out again until high school. I was actually going out with another fellow, but I wanted Jordan to be my grad escort because he was my best friend. My boyfriend had to go away around graduation, so I asked Jordan to be my escort and he said yes. So that was our first date. He didn't spend any time with me though. He spent time with his friends.
At graduation?
At graduation, yeah.
All right, I'll kill it there. We've been going on for a long time, but I wanted to point that out because Michaela Peterson's been mouthing off about, I shouldn't say that. Michaela Peterson and Nick Fuentes have been having some sort of like back and forth. I'm gonna let them fight, please do. That's awesome to me. But now that it looks like the Tates can like move about Europe again, it's like suddenly everybody has an opinion about that. And now, of course, we're reheating Michaela Peterson and Andrew Tate once again. But I wanted to throw those out there because I don't think enough people really get the background and the understanding, or the lack thereof, understanding of intersexual dynamics that Jordan Peterson clearly lacks. So when people like start throwing out stuff about how he's been red pill, trust me, he's not red pill. Andrew Tate is not red pill. A lot of people are abandoning red pill, period. And yes, I understand what's going on with Myron and Fresh. I don't think that they are technically abandoning the red pill, but they are pivoting to social issues, culture war stuff. Honestly, I think it's because of Rumble right now. But this is exactly what I said was going to be happening. And I think that a lot of people really need to sort of see the background of Peterson here, because people go, well, why does Rollo have such a problem with the Petersons? He must be professionally jealous. I am not professionally jealous at all. I see this. I see the fucking code in the Matrix. So again, I've been sitting on, that older video of Tammy and Michaela, I've been sitting on that for a long time. And I didn't even really think about it until I saw the Lila Rose interview with Tammy Peterson. And honestly, I think it's because Peterson wants to sort of throw his hat in the ring in this election cycle. Everybody wants to pivot to social issues. Everybody wants to pivot to like foreign policy. Everybody wants to pivot to moral decay and degeneracy. And trust me, it happened in 2016. It happened in 2020. It's happening in 2024. Everybody wants to abandon the red. We never knew ye. The red pill, those guys are moral degenerates. There's something very, very wrong with that. Royal Tomasi. I didn't want to say my name. I can't even get like Matt Walsh when James Sexton was on his show. He was really building me up, talking about my books and everything. How he should read my books and stuff. I'm surprised they left that in there. James said that they cut a lot of stuff out in editing. But I guess that was one part that they couldn't edit out. They just simply don't want to acknowledge me or the red pill or anybody who has anything sort of substantive or constructive to say. And I don't have any faith that I'm going to get on any of these bigger name shows. And quite honestly, I don't care, because I'm going to be doing what I'm going to be doing, and they can come and hit me up sooner or later. Mike and I were talking about this, and it's like at some point it's going to look weird that they don't come to us, that they're not talking to us. And all we can do is keep going and keep building. Mike's been talking about how he's red pill adjacent. I don't think he's red pill adjacent. I think he's just playing his cards right now. And the thing is I can never be red pill adjacent. I will never be red pill adjacent. I'm Rollo fucking Tomasi. I will be here. I've outlasted everyone. I've outlasted Peterson. I've outlasted Kevin Samuels. I've outlasted people you probably don't even know the names of. I've outlasted every single one of them. And I will continue to outlast them because I stick to what I do. I'm an ideas guy, and I stick to my ideas. So I want to point that out because I can promise you I will not be changing my format. I will be not pivoting to anything. I will not be doing a fishing channel. That's the only thing I can think of that I would do, because no one will take me seriously if I start talking about foreign policy and, you know, social issues and shit like that. I only cross over into religion and politics when it has you know, relevancy to the intersexual dynamics. So obviously I wrote a book on religion, so I will talk about religion, but it's only the confluence of intersexual dynamics and religion. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life as a Muslim or Mormon or whatever. That's not my wheelhouse. There's people that do it longer and better than I do. And I think it is a mistake to turn your back or in any way try to downplay or be adjacent of or to pivot into something that is not your wheelhouse. And not because you couldn't do a good job at it. I'm sure you probably can. But other people have been there longer and they're doing it better than you are. And again, they would do it better than I would. So, and I understand that people have to sort of do whatever they think is going to keep the lights on, but that's not me. I will write books. I will weather the storm. And by the way, come November 6th, after the day after the election, everything changes. Everything. We go back. Trust me, I'm going to remember names. Definitely this time. But this is why the red pill should never go mainstream. This is why I said that all the way back in March of 2021, when I told the guys, this is exactly why. And here we are again. So bear that in mind when shit changes up dramatically in 2025. What's this? Tammy Peterson was a nude model. Damn, I feel like all these TradCon backstories are built on a house of cards. Shaking my head. Jordan was okay. Remember this though, because I was, as you know, I have two degrees. One of them is in behavioral psychology. The other one is I have a bachelor's of fine arts. People don't realize that's why I have all my nice art stuff here. I'm actually an artist. I have a bachelor. I have a BFA, and my BFA also include life drawing classes where you had to draw nude models. Not all of them were very attractive. In fact, most of them weren't. Some of them were, but she did it because it was an art thing. So I'm going to cut her some slack. If she said, "Oh yeah, I used to go strip at the local, strip club," that would be different. Okay. So I got to give her a little bit of wiggle room in that, but she seems to have some sort of she has some hesitancy about it. So in fact, she seemed a little bit uncomfortable admitting that to Lila Rose. So take that how you want to take that. But hey, Rolo, you mark 27 as the beginning of the epiphany phase. Tammy married at 27, but dated. Yeah, I do. But you got to remember that I would say those are modern numbers right now. Simply because the average age of first marriage in the United States today for women is 30, and it's 32 for men. When I put that when I did the timeline and I did the graph, the average age of first marriage was like 28 for women and 29 for guys. It's now, so if you shift everything over a little bit, sort of like it's like inflate, like age, like yearly time inflation. I still think it's accurate. It's just that you have to kind of like move it as per the times. So that's that. Thank you very much. And again, I just work here, man. You guys can take that however you want, but if you wonder why I have such a problem with sort of this, what Vox Day calls baffle garble coming out of Peterson, this is why. Oh, he's a very wise guy. No, he's not. Especially when it comes to issues of intersexual dynamics. He is very much a blue pill chump. I can't say he's a cuck. He's not really a cuck, but well, maybe it was if you could technically make that case. But I'm not going to call him that. Most definitely very blue pill. Most very blue pill idealism. Blue pill, idealistic, I guess. I can't. I'm trying to put it in nice terms, but he's blue pill. He still is blue pill. The guy literally talks about the idealization and the pedestalization of women, but yet his entire married life has been, in fact, not even that, since he's been 7 or 8 years old, that's what it's been about. So maybe it's time to sort of like do a little soul searching for Jordan Peterson before he starts mouthing off about how to have a good relationship and how not to, and how you should negotiate desire and everything else. Fuck that. You want to? What does he say? They've been married for 35 years, 30 something. I've been married. I will have been married 28 years on the 20th of July. So I'm getting there. Pretty solid on what I think is working for marriage and stuff. And I'll tell you this right now, I attribute a lot of that to my understanding and my red pill awareness. So you can take that for face value, or you can take mine for whatever I tell you about for face value. But the fact of the matter is like, this guy is a living embodiment of blue pill idealism, and carries that over into his, sort of sermonizing about men and women. He just simply lacks the frame of reference, lacks the education, lacks the understanding of male nature and female nature in a lived experience sort of way. It's like when I go and I see like the sermons at like evangelical churches, and it's usually on Valentine's Day, and the pastor goes up on the stage or behind the pulpit or wherever he is, whatever. And he has to bring his wife on stage so that she's there and nods her head. Oh, he's saying the right thing. Like, he needs permission from his wife to go up there and talk about like sex and love from the Bible and everything. And it's always the same. It's always men need to do more. Women, you need to be appreciated more. That's what it boils down to. Same sermon basically for Father's Day and Mother's Day too. Men need to do more. You need to live up more. You need to be more accountable. You need to be more sacrificial. You need to do all these things, and you need to meet your wife's needs. Even if she's not fucking you, you still have to do it. Because if you don't, well, you're committing adultery, right? According to the Bible. And that's what I'm getting at here. I mean, the reason why I brought up, even bringing up Jordan here, is because they are just simply not credible witnesses. They're not expert witnesses. His credibility is for shit when it comes to, well, I mean, he might be great on other things. You guys can sort that out for yourself. But as far as my wheelhouse is concerned, as far as the red pill is concerned, as far as intersexual dynamics is concerned, it's bullshit. It's bullshit that stems from bullshit. It's bullshit that stems from a lack of reference. His only point of reference, and it's the irony like escapes him. The fact that he's talking about like how not to put a woman on a pedestal, blah, 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 blah. Yet he's been doing that since age 7. Telling his dad this, and we think it's some like heartwarming fucking romantic story. Let's make a Lifetime movie out of it. No, fuck you. He doesn't have any fucking frame of reference. He's incredible, uncredible, discreditable when it comes to this stuff. You get whatever else you want to talk about then. Oh, am I spurging again? Sure. Spurging about what? Telling you the fucking truth. I just showed it to you black and white. I didn't say a fucking thing. I said nothing. Just let them tell the story themselves. That's why. So if that's spurging, I guess I'm spurging. All right, I'm done. I'll see you guys soon. We got Robert Kiyosaki coming in this week. He'll be here Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Friday will be our formal interview with myself and Mike Sartain. Access Vegas. I am hosting Access Vegas with Tristan from MOA. Tristan Darshan, he was on the show last week. He is one of the higher up guys at MOA, and Mike gave him his blessing to go and sub for him. So Mike is going to be in Los Angeles on Thursday with Ty Lopez. That's why he can't be there. So we figured me and Tristan decided we were going to do it ourselves. And then we have the 18th, which is the other Thursday. And then the 25th is our industry showcase night. I didn't tell you this in the beginning. So what I mean by industry showcase, we have Sterling Cooper coming in. I also have Domo. I have Tiffany Fox coming in. Who else do I have? I've got, so basically they're all girls that are in the industry, the porn industry. Yes. And either are part of it or were formerly part of it. So we're going to have a very interesting show on the 25th with Sterling Cooper, who is coming in. He said, hey, I'm going to make a trip to Vegas. I got to be there for something. I will stay so I can go and do your show, because he really enjoys doing Access Vegas. So it'll be a really fun, high energy show. You guys are going to dig that. So, yep. Thanks for identifying that, Flip Flop. So that's going on. Ned's doing good. Thank you very much. Actually, he's doing better. It's getting to the point where I'm almost nervous that he's doing so good, because I don't want to jinx anything. So we have that going on. And what else do I have for you guys? I think that's about it. Red One Studios is coming along nicely. We're trying to get to the point where we've got a table and we can actually have like larger shows in there right now. So we are still working on that. And Just see what else. Oh, if you haven't followed me on Substack, please do. I'm doing a lot of writing. If you want something that's a little bit more in depth, if you want nuts and bolts stuff, I try to be as comprehensive as I possibly can on Substack. So my Substack is right down below. You can hit that on the link there. And then also in the description, you'll see my Minect link right there. What is Minect? Minect is an app that I use. It's a valuetainment app, but I use it to connect with you guys. So if you want to send me a super chat in the middle of the week when the show's not even running, you can do so. Ask me a question and I'll get back to you. There's different levels of participation. So like if you want to just ask a simple text question, I think it's like $20. If you want me to do a video response, a video thing, I think it's like 30, 35. And then if you need like some like one-on-one thing, you can schedule it through Minect, and then I can schedule with you and we can do a one-on-one if that's what you want to. But it's more for like quick questions and stuff, or like one specific thing. So that's coming up. Last one. Is it possible for men to be insecure about their sexual past? Yeah, when you don't have a sexual past. I have schizophrenia, which led to my criminal record, 5th degree. Okay. Hybristophilia isn't for crimes of this nature. Hybristophilia is just women being sexually attracted to violent men, violent criminals. So that's that. I don't know what to tell you about your schizophrenia, but is it possible that men are insecure about their sexual past? They can be. I think it's more from the opposite side. See, here's why I say that is because men tend to regret the opportunities for sex that they didn't capitalize on. Like they regret the sex they didn't have, whereas women regret the sex that they did have. So if there is, I would say it's probably from the side where men are like, damn, I could have got in there and I didn't. Anyways, all right, guys, thank you very much. I will be talking to you soon. If I do a midweek show, it'll be on Wednesday, and I'm going to try to do it from the studio. Again, Robert Kiyosaki. If he's not in on as a guest on Access Vegas, we will definitely have a 2-on-1 between myself and Mike and Robert on Friday. So watch for that. I will post that on my Patreon. I'll post that on my Instagram, and of course my Twitter, which is where I'm most active. So, all right, guys, thanks for watching today, and I appreciate each and every one of you, and I love you forever. I think. There we go. Got it.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by when over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. You could have the best in my life.
I know who my God is. Hallelujah.
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere. Why don't got your hair? Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stepping with her head like she's Claudia Kelly. So baby, one minute. Oh no! Up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. One minute, riding up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down.
She's not a Christian!
Maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more
Babysitting Podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved. 2024 registered trademark. Don't steal my stuff.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts? Dump that bitch!
Tell these bitches to go to hell. I feel like I just took a bath in battery.